Shalom. We conclude the book of Bereshit this week with the reading of its last Torah portion, Parshat Vayechi, meaning "and he lived," beginning in Genesis chapter 47 and verse 28. Our Torah portion of Vayechi is unique in a special way and markedly different from every other one of the 53 portions in the Torah in the way that it's actually appearing in the handwritten Torah scroll. Of course, the Holy Scroll is to be written in a very specific manner according to an unbroken tradition of instructions and knowledge that's actually been passed down ever since Hashem spoke to Moshe on Mount Sinai. Indeed, the Torah scroll has been written in the exact same way for over 3,000 years. You see, there's generally a space left between the parshiot, between the sections of the Torah. The weekly portions always begin on either a new line in the scroll or on the same line that the previous parsha ended, but with a white space of a certain length in between. But our portion of Vayechi this week is separated from the previous parsha of Vayigash by the space of only one letter. This anomaly is called stuma, literally closed. It's a closed portion, a literal example and perfect usage of the expression a closed book, with all the enigma that expression
Now, I
implies.
might be wrong, but isn't a stoma in a different context like a like a ostome?
Okay, I know it as the opening and closing in like a plant. It's like basically like an orifice. Okay.
So that's fascinating because so satam is to seal up. Wow. Okay, this is interesting. This is super interesting. So here we stum. So it's satam, which means to close up or to seal. Wait. Oh, and that's interesting because chatam is seal, but like a seal itself versus to seal something up. Though it can be both. So it seems like this idea of tam has like there's this common occurrence to it.
Interesting.
Yeah. It was also the opening in the body relief. But it's interesting because what is an opening is also a closing, if you think about it.
Yeah.
That's
why I resorted to the slightly more generic orifice, even though it's not technically right.
Now let's just say hole. It's an opening and a closing.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how many holes are there in a straw? is it just one giant hole? Or, oh, Fortuandi etirista, how are you? Yeah, like the opening for a tracheotomy or a colostomy, or what else is there? There's a, there's a difference between otom versus ostom. I'm pretty sure, right?
It could be.
Yeah.
Ostom is what I usually know of for for stomata.
Yeah, so no, otomy is the removal of something, I'm pretty sure. Like a lobotomy is the removal of the frontal lobe, or rather.
I was going with O as being more like bone-like and rigid, as opposed to stable. So, okay.
Wait, what?
Like osteopaths. That's based off of bone.
Yeah, but that's ost.
That's what I thought you said.
No. I'm saying that, like ostom versus. Well, so with ostom, it, really just stom, but you have like kolo from colon, and then ostom, which is, or see, that's the thing. I'm
and then you have the body part that's the colostium. Yep.
Yeah. So I have a feeling it has to do with the difference between opening versus closing, but that is something that I do not know, and that is why I did not want to become a doctor. That and many other things, including a lot of medical trauma.
Mine was because I hated sick people.
Oh, now that I think about it, that's another good reason why I never want to be a freaking doctor. They do amazing things, but okay, yeah. The suffix otomy refers to cutting or making an incision, while ostomy refers to a surgical creation of an opening in its organ for the removal of waste. Well, not inherently removal of waste. I feel like it could also be. Actually, I don't know. This is, but it's interesting because so here I think that like. I feel like the O is just a carryover. So like, but actually, let's see, what's the root? So is the word ostom, or is it, let's see, ostom, or is it stom? Oh, thanks. Careful. Don't say it too much. I might go to I'm joking. I'm not the type of person to let that stuff get to my head, especially because I don't really take credit for any of it. It's just I happen to remember some things. All right, so let's see. So stone etymology. Wait, what am I doing here? And I'm going to pull it up here so y'all can see. Let's see. Stone etymology. No, not Adam. Stone. All right, so I wonder. You think there's a comment? Let's see. So, let's see what stump etymology. Oh wow! I think I might actually be onto something here. Wait, maybe not. Okay. Let's see. So, stumpas, to stump blunt or partly cut off. But where's that? Okay, so does it have how it's? No, it's not. Some of them it has it where it's easier to see. Stump. See more, maybe. Yeah, it seems like it's a different root. Stump. Let's see. So English etymology. Old Norse stump. Let's see. Stump. That comes from like to cut off. Stumpas. Interesting. It's related to stapiana, or to step. Stump. Dang, I thought I was going to find something. Let's see, related term stubas, which I wonder if it's to, let's see, it's to push, not, no, so a completely different root. So now I'm going to look for stone. Maybe Austin. Stoma, maybe. What? From stoma, from mouth. Interesting. So and that must be that must be where stomach comes from as well, right?
That's what I was just thinking about. There had to be a connection to stomach.
So this is interesting. Apparently, stoma has to do with mouth or muzzle. I mean, muzzle makes sense because it's like that which closes off or stops something. An opening or fissure in the earth, the frontmost part of something, face, mouth, the source of a river or stream. So it's interesting. So let's see. So dang it. So it seems like it's just a funny coincidence because now if I were to put in, is it? I'm trying to think. Satam. No, it must be with Samach. Satam. Oh yeah, Stam. Hebrew. Just Satam. To block. Yep. Here it is. Satam. To block a pipe or opening, to stop up, to clog, to close or seal, to block, prevent something or someone from passing. Specifically vulgar, to shut one's mouth, to shut up, to stuff oneself, slang, to fill one's stomach with food. From a setem is a blockage. So it's interesting. It's almost like the opposite. One, it's this idea of an opening. The other, it's this idea of a closing. And it has completely different etymologies. There doesn't seem to be any there doesn't seem to be any context that would suggest they have a shared etymology, which I think is really interesting. Let's see, ostomy. The three most common types are colostomy, ileostomy, and urostomy, all waste removal. Interesting. So I'm guessing. What about
part of the connection that I'm wondering about then is where does it tie into like ostium, which is bone?
No, but that's osteo. This is stome.
Okay, I see. It's the second part. I was going with the os prefix is often changing, meaning bone.
Yeah, imagine that would suck if your stomach, if it was like your ostoma is a bony stomach. Let's see.
Yeah, I was going to say that's why so many of the cows and stuff. That's why they eat like get stones and stuff in their gullet in order to grind stuff. Oh
wait,
no, that's not
really?
that's not cows. That's like
goats,
geese.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Well, just like we have E. coli in our bacteria in order to make things go better for us.
Yeah, but the difference is you can't see E. coli. You can only smell it. Rocks, I guess you don't smell, but you can see. I guess it's a trade-off.
I say as long as it works for the animal, I'm not going to complain.
Yes, you're going to complain to the animals. Like, I don't like what you're doing. It's offending me.
Well, I've seen enough people do that with their pets, so.
Really?
Oh, yeah. They get pets so they have somebody to rule over. That's how some people do it.
Oh, really? Geez, they should just, buy out a Fortune 500 company and, boss them around.
No, I agree. That's probably much more satisfying, but many of them can't, they can't afford anything on the 500 list. So they go with the pet instead.
Fortune penny?
Fortune 5,000.
All right, let's see. 1 moment. So, yeah, give me 1 moment to just set one thing up and we will continue. Oh, wait, I can actually just keep it going. Here, I'm going to see if there's any comments since. No new comments, so we will continue here.
compelling. What mystery is hiding here in the space that should be here, but isn't? Although Vayechi focuses on the events immediately prior to and following Yaakov's death, the portion is named for his life, and Yaakov indeed lived a life to the fullest. Yaakov's life was fraught with much toil and marred by great travail. He struggled against the raw wickedness of his brother Esau beginning in their mother's womb, and was forced to spend years hiding from him. He suffered under the manipulative, conniving rogue Lavan. He grieved over the death in childbirth of his beloved wife. He anguished over the rape of Dinah, and he endured seemingly near endless and inconsolable heartache over Yosef. But Yaakov is the man called by our sages the perfection of the forefathers. He was chosen by God to bring the tribes of Israel into the world. The man.
There's a really interesting thing that I totally missed until now. So you've got this idea that like basically the first three Sefirot are really like they're too like supernal to really be like represented by any of the by any humans. So I mean, obviously you have within Christian tradition how, I think it was that chokhmah or like wisdom would get associated with like the logos or with or rather no, it was already associated with logos, or rather they start associating it with Jesus. And so because of that, you end up with this idea, well, okay, here's a human that, can kind of relate to God in the sense, but obviously that's a Christian tradition. But what I think is you actually, because if like where people traditionally put Jesus, like if they were to track him out on the tree of life, would be in Tiferet, which is also where Jacob ends up. But what's interesting, so if you take these first three Sefirot, which are like totally beyond really human being able to potentiate, or not potentiate, but to be able to like be fully, and it's this type of thing like you can touch part of it but you can't actually be in it fully, or at least I don't know, I'm just paraphrasing, but what's interesting is that so you have Abraham, who he's understood as being like the paragon or the representation of chesed, of kindness. Again, it's kind of sus because he ends up being willing to sacrifice his own son, so it seems like maybe he should be Gevor, but again, because he's very merciful and he tries to save Sodom, all this stuff, he gets associated with chesed, with kindness, mercy. Meanwhile, Yitzchak, Isaac, gets associated with severity, Gevora. So you have it's an oversimplification, but basically love and war. You have these two opposites of like severity and mercy. And again, it's not that one is good and the other is bad because they both just are. But what gets interesting is that you have this idea that the synthesis between the two of them. And now what's interesting is, so in a way, chesed, here I'm going to pull this up because for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, let's see. Tree of life. Let's see. Images. Let's see. Share this tab. Where is it? All right, so here, I'm just going to pull this up. So, here, I have to share this now. All right, so how do I close this? So if you look at this, so here you have Keter. This is like, so you have, and the idea is that like God isn't in any one of these, like God is all of them, but none of them are God, but but God is in all of them, if that makes any sense. But so you have Ein, which is nothingness, Ein Sof, which is infinity, and then you Ein Sof Or, which is infinite light. So then that creates Keter, and so Keter starts to manifest itself in like wisdom or Chokhmah, then understanding and Bina. And so now you start to get this mirroring of, and you can view either that Chokhmah is being mirrored down here, or that it's being mirrored in here, like or alternatively that Bina, which is understanding, because you have this idea that Bina is the feminine and that Chokhmah is masculine. Meanwhile, traditionally, even though it's like they're seen as like polarities on the actual tree, each one you can roughly, like for instance, chesed, this idea of divine mercy, it's more of like a feminine trait. And again, it's not to say that there isn't this idea of like wise decree or like dealing justly, but just as a generality, like whereas like strength is seen as this kind of like, creating restriction, and also, in certain contexts, force. Traditionally, it would be seen where here you have masculine and then feminine. This would be then feminine and masculine, so it inverts. And if you look down here, hod, which is more of like and again, not saying that this isn't, because I think that, it's not necessarily male and female, it's just masculine and feminine. And that doesn't even, it doesn't correspond the way that most people would necessarily think. But that you have hod, which is seen as like an intellectual, very like mathematical type of, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like just basically in some ways almost like not knowledge, but what's the word? Like technique, like this idea of like disciplined, extremely, like in some ways you could almost say a detached type of intellect. Whereas Netzach is this very emotional, and again, not to say emotional is a bad thing, but this very emotional, very embodied type of, what's the word? Like, I mean, the best word would be like endurance or like overcoming, or like this idea of, like you could translate as victory, but it doesn't really give the context. But anyway, so in this case, then you have here, which this might be seen more as feminine, and this one might be seen more as masculine. At least that's in my own like personal interpretation. But what gets interesting is that here, if you look at it just going down, because there is also this, so like, if you view it in that way, you can view it as masculine and feminine. But if you're just viewing it as like associations with different characters, so you have, crown, which is basically this idea of like the unknowable. And again, depending on how you would lay it out, it really depends. But I guess to break it down, you almost have this idea of, and so actually, no, so this is what's interesting, because even if you want to say, yeah, so this is interesting. If you were to try to map out, and again, I'm just like entertaining this. If you were to try to map out like Christianity on this, wisdom would be, and see, this is the thing that makes it so difficult, because according to the Christian way of understanding things, Jesus would have to be both here and here at the same time. But the thing is that it's like, I'm not talking about God being in both places, because God would have to be all technically everywhere, but specifically in these 4 places. So you have like God is the unknowable, like this just force that is beyond any kind of comprehension. Then you have this, which you could see as like, so if you were to try to force Christianity into this, you'd have to have basically God the Father up here in Keter, wisdom would be Jesus, Bina would be the Holy Spirit, or wisdom Chochmah would be Jesus, and then understanding Bina would be the Holy Spirit. But then Tiferet down here, which corresponds with the idea of the Messiah or this like divine king, would end up clashing with the fact that, so it's almost like you have Christ here versus, you have, it's almost like the idea of Logos here versus Christ here, or Messiah here. So it's like, it gets really tricky, especially the way that, Christianity ends up developing. And because Judaism doesn't really, like, it gets understood more as aspects of God rather than different names of God or different like personas of God, if that makes any sense. So it's like, it's the wisdom of God or the understanding of God. It's not like, it's, if that makes any sense. So, but at least the way that I view it, it would be like Keter would be Elyon, wisdom would be El, Bina would be Asherah, and again, corresponds to the idea of Holy Spirit. So notice this, Elyon, El, Asherah. And because technically, if you follow some of, like, if you kind of read in between the lines, Asherah and Yod-Heh, Vav-Heh, they're almost like synonyms for each other. So here you have Elyon, El, and Adonai, or but the way that's typically rendered actually would be, here you have, what is this? I forget. Would it be El? No, it would. Yeah, I think it's, honestly, I don't remember. It's been so long since I've read anything that would give me the context for this. I mean, it's only been a few months, honestly, but I don't have the best memory. But my point being, though, is so here you have this idea of God basically having to manifest itself twice over, basically into the masculine, divine, feminine, and or divine masculine and then divine feminine, and in order to then create humanity. And then this idea of, from there you can get these exemplars of humanity, where in Chesed it's represented by Abraham, and Gvura represented by Isaac, and their son, again, not like they were in a relationship. I'm saying their son because Jacob is both the son of Abraham and the son of Isaac, because there wasn't a separate word for grandfather or grandson, at least at that time. And so with that, you're going to get these interesting ideas that Jacob's essentially a fusion between the two, in the same way that Bina and Chochmah were split off from Keter, in a way. Not exactly, but you almost have this idea that you need to move down to the right in order to move down to the left, but previously you only had a point. So you create a line, but that also creates like dimensionality in this way. And then once you go there, you can then go here. And essentially in the process of doing so, because it eventually connects back, you end up actually creating a triangle from where there was previously only a point. And then you get that same thing here. And so it's almost like you can also think of it what is it? In Abraham, or Abraham / Chesed's interaction with Isaac / Gevurah, really, is it that he's merciful to Isaac, or is it that his mercy, like his wanting to do righteousness, that he ends up actually doing this harshness and ends up creating this division between him and his son? But what unites the two of them, what they both share, is their love for their for Jacob, which I think is interesting because of how just it's a fractal image. The Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet is as below as Keter, Chochmah, and Bina are above.
No, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I was going to say, just to put a little bit of my own nuance on it, is you're making one of those categorical mistakes. You could talk about one Christian esotericism, because that basically that there have been so many different traditions and them arguing over the traditions, exactly like the history of Kabbalah. Because this tree of life that you're dealing with, this is the Lurianic version. And one of the things I find fascinating that I again like to explore sometime is some of the other setups for the tree of life, like the entirely embedded one, like a Matrushka doll, where one is inside the other sort of thing, and the various setups like that. Is again the idea that there's any one Christian esotericism. The other thing is Christian esotericism was very much a Renaissance movement, and it kind of, in a lot of ways, grew out of the Kabbalistic movement. You didn't really have it for almost a good 1,000 years there. So it's much more of a modern sort of thing. And it seems like some of what you're dealing with here is, in essence, like a lot of, you're evoking Trinity talk. Sort of like, God, because they say, God the Father, that they're all part of the same God, but they're not the same. You're using a lot of that one. And my way of keeping track of, or sort of making sense of the difference between, female and feminine, is sort of like the idea of water and wet. It's like one is the example and the other one is like the essence of it. It's like the woman is the female that's like the water, and then the feminine is the essence of it. If that's how helps me make sense of it. Tag. Muted.
So I'm trying to find where. Okay, here. So let's see. I don't know if you can see this, but this kind of, is this what you were talking about almost? And this is what's cool, because Keter is all around, and in a way, like you can see, it's the black space in between everything. It's almost like the space itself. And then you have Chochmah and Bina, and they're in the same circle here. At least that's how they're depicted, but they're on different sides. You have the same with Chesed and Gvura, and then Tiferet is also like this. Same with the Yesod and Malchut. How, let's see, Yesod, Malchut, Tiferet, and Keter are all like, they take up all the space, and it's almost this idea of like they represent the unity between the two.
No,
Or
that's a new setup for me. I actually kind of like that one. That would be worth exploring. But no,
yeah,
it was much more of a Matrushka, much more of a Matrushka doll.
Matryoshka.
M- yeah, Matryoshka. Sorry, thank you. It's
No worries.
my problem of reading words I don't hear human beings pronounce.
Let's see. Where? Hold on one moment. I don't know what just happened. It's like just froze out. I'm trying to see if I can find the concentric circle one that you were talking about.
No, they weren't circles. They were just embedded in each other, sort of thing. I'll see if I can take.
Oh, I know what you're talking. Let's see. Kabbalah Tree of Life fractal. Here, is it this?
Nope. Nope, but I like that one too.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, this is what I was. So this is called the Heat Kalalut, like from Kalal, which means like all. It's like all. Interesting. Let's see, Heat Kalalut. Interesting. Did Kabbalah anticipate the physics of Dr. David Bohm? That is something for another time.
Yeah, my answer to that one, I wouldn't say anticipate. I'd say they're both drawing from the same, same fundamental reality.
Yeah.
Studied Torah with Shem and Aver before the Torah was even given. He is the man who saw Hashem standing at the top of the ladder to heaven. He's the man who.
Wait, he saw Hashem standing? So he saw his body? Does God have a body? And if so, you know what the question that half the world's going to ask. What did he look like? And by that they mean, what color was his skin? And by that they mean, did he look like me? And it's like, honestly, just imagine someone sees God and then it's like, well, that's not a human. I don't know what I thought. Let's see. Hey, oh, well, you're not here right now, but I am saying hello to the digital ghost of William Freeman. Bows respectfully. Waves to William Freeman as well. Tips hat to Graham. Or I tip my hat to you. And we shall continue.
I'll tip back.
Single-handedly rolled the stone from the opening of the well when he saw with love at first sight his soulmate Rachel. Yaakov, the man who wrestled with an angel and won, and for whom God changed his name to reflect that victory. So this man who has
What just happened?
Striven with the divine and with man and has overcome, whose whole life has been one of purity and purpose, who has seen God on the mountain. He's seen so much in his life. And now, gazing into the future with the gift of prophecy, Yaakov sees even more. He sees into his children's future. And now on his deathbed and surrounded by those children as the time draws near for him to depart from this world, he wants to prepare them for their future redemption. And herein lies one aspect of the mystery of the closed parsha. Rashi cites an idea that this chapter is closed because on his deathbed, Yaakov wanted to reveal to his children the time of the end, meaning the secrets of the end of days, the messianic era. But he was prevented from doing so because his prophetic eyes were suddenly closed. The verse states, Jacob called for his sons and said, gather and I will tell you what will happen to you at the end of days. Gather and listen, sons of Jacob, and listen to Israel, your father. But we hear nothing of the end of days. He suddenly changes track and proceeds to give over these amazing personalized blessings laden with meaning, but not what he professed to have had in mind to speak when he began. He was about to speak, But Hashem took the revelation away from him, prevented him from divulging the information. And the configuration of our Parsha's odd spacing attests to this closing, this concealment. Although he was prevented from revealing to his sons all that would befall them from now until the end of time, until the time of the redemption, still the veiled blessings that he gave over to them, which are actually personal, unique insights into their essence and inner nature, their strengths and weaknesses of each tribe, these words would help his children rise to the challenge of achieving their full potential. And even divested of his original intention, there's still much between the lines. His words did include some signs and road markers for the nation's journey through the ages, some warnings and assurances, as well as allusions to what their future holds, some with clear messianic overtones. Much has been taught about this evocative scene, which I'm not going into right now. Yaakov on his deathbed about to tell all, only to have the prophetic rug abruptly pulled from under him. There are many important lessons here, and there are so many reasons that we could think of ourselves as to why Yaakov might have been prevented from giving over this information. I mean, if his sons had that information and future generations, if we all knew everything, would we still have free choice? How would our behavior be affected if we knew the exact date and everything in between was something to be expected? So open up your heart. As Yaakov's life and the book of Genesis draws to a close, despite the happy reunion of the family of Israel for these remaining years under Joseph's provision, there is an ominous overtone that we can already sense in our portion. Dark clouds are beginning to form on the horizon. There's a whole new world order that's coming and a whole new reality about to set in for the coming generation. A circle is closing that began when Hashem first told Yaakov's grandfather Avraham, Lech lecha, go for yourself. Avraham's journey to the land of Canaan began a process that had been foretold, a process that would require the descent of Israel into Egypt. Thus, our portion this week concludes the book of Breshit with the word Mitzrayim, Egypt, which literally means the narrow place. All of Israel has temporarily settled in the land of Goshen, and for the moment, a very brief moment, they're doing well, flourishing and multiplying in great numbers. But shortly, as we will begin to learn next week in the book of Exodus, this descent becomes a nightmare, indeed a narrow place, constricted, a dark exile of bondage, servitude, torture, and genocide. Yet this was all part of a divine plan. Here in the darkness of Egypt, the family of Israel is destined to become the nation of Israel, and all that they endure will purify and refine them, preparing them to become a kingdom of priests and a holy nation, preparing them to receive Torah at Mount Sinai and to accept responsibility for bringing Hashem's light into the world. But open up your heart in the deepest way. The prophet Micha, chapter 7, verse 15 says, as in the days when you left the land of Egypt, I will show it wonders. The nations will see and be ashamed of all their power. They will place a hand over their mouth. Their ears will become deaf. These verses inform us that the wonders of the final redemption will be so astonishing. The revelation of Hashem will be so magnificent. It will outshine, it will dwarf the wonders of the Exodus from Egypt.
It's going to make
Egypt is
Coachella
not
and
only
Burning
a
Man
geographical location
look
or a
like-
reference to this time in history. Throughout history, at times, all
I
of
don't
us
know,
find
Child's
ourselves in
Play
narrow
and
straits, confined
Animal
and subjugated,
Crackers.
whether physically or spiritually, whether by others or by our own fears. Each year, we conclude this book of Genesis and then begin the book of Exodus, reliving the
We're
descent into
doing
the
an
darkness of
Exodus
Egypt.
from Genesis.
And there, each of us, within the constricted and dark place of our own Egypt, we call out
Genesis
to
and
God.
Exodus.
That's why we're there. Because just as the nation of Israel had to go through what they had to go through in Egypt, so too,
The only
there
way
in
out
that
is
space,
through.
each of us goes through what we need to go through to grow, to learn to call out to Hashem, and to make preparations to leave our Egypt behind forever, to finish the walk that Abraham started towards the final freedom of the final redemption.
Wait, you
to
saying you
finally
leave what
Egypt.
behind?
This portion begins a trend of redemption, to call out to Hashem, and to make preparations to leave our Egypt behind forever, to finish the walk that
Our
Abraham
Egypt.
started towards the final freedom of the final redemption, to finally leave Egypt. This portion begins a transition through darkness, but leading to times of greatness, promised times, the time of redemption. There's darkness on the horizon here. The Egyptian exile is coming, but like everything else in this world, it's part of a divine plan, and great light will emerge.
And you know what they say, it's always darkest before the dawn.
So open up your heart in the very deepest way ever.
Already pretty
ever.
open deeply.
Our holy forefather Yaakov saw us as well. He saw these days as well. We are facing so many challenges, but the final redemption will outshine even the miracles of the Exodus.
Bayamim hahem v'hazman hazeh. So, Bayamim hahem, in those days, u'behazman hazeh, and in this time. This idea that, like, you know, that which is happening before is happening now and is happening in the future, because it, I mean, in a sense that it's all happening at once, but also that, you know, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Like the portion of Vayechi, this year has been like a closed
Shoot, what's going on with that?
book to us, a mystery, the dark clouds on the horizon. You know, people talk of a reset, but it's Hashem who promises a reset, a true reset. As Jeremiah prophesies, no more shall every man teach his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, know Hashem, for they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest. And it will happen after this, says the prophet Joel, that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters will prophesy. Your elders will dream dreams, and your young men will see visions. Even also upon the slaves and upon the maidservants in those days, I will pour out my spirit. This is the real reset. And Isaiah's words still call out, it will happen at the end of days that the mountain of the temple of Hashem will be firmly established as the head of the mountains, and all the nations will stream to it. Like Israel's descent into Egypt, that was only a preparation to emerge into great light, so too, our generation is being prepared to receive a great light. But redemption is a process, and it consists of stages. Thus our sages teach that the redemption of Israel is likened to the sunrise. At first it comes slowly, slowly, and as it progresses, its light increases. Please remember to hit the like button and subscribe to our channel. If you enjoy these presentations and benefit from these teachings, please consider helping Jerusalem Lights with your support. Only your support enables these broadcasts to continue and grow.
I thought that was really interesting. And I also... Oh,
3,000
shoot, what just happened?
3,000
I
years.
feel like on some level, I mean, so also just for context, I mean, you know, I've talked about a bit about it before, but so I finished my final ketamine infusion, and well, not final, but like, you know, the like basically it's like I forget, like, I mean, there is like maintenance doses, but like I'm finished for now, and I mean, I definitely feel like, I mean, I wouldn't say a new person. I just feel like I have more of my self-control back. And like, not like self-control. I mean, it's hard. Like, for instance, I meant to start this, funny enough, well, actually, honestly, either like 10 or 12, but that didn't happen. So, but no, more so just in terms of like, I don't know, just things have been difficult lately, especially with everything going on in Israel and Gaza. It's, I mean, you know, it just, and obviously I'm not even there. Like, I can't imagine what the people there are going through. It's just, it's absolutely horrific. And, but it's just, it kind of stirred it up in myself. And I don't know, it's also difficult when you're not around a whole lot of people lately. I mean, because I've been on break. But yeah, so it was just it's a little vial, but there's nothing in it except lepidolite. Let's see, you can see it there. It's just rocks, which I think is really cool. They repurpose the old vials, you know, make sure it's clean. There's nothing in there, but I don't know. I like this because it's something to kind of make material experience. But I also just feel like in general, like, I was definitely, like, I still thought I was gaining a lot from, you know, reading. I mean, wow, to think it's been the whole book of Genesis now. Well, minus a few chapters, but that was before I realized I was missing out on stuff. I thought it seemed like a lot, but see, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, I started reading a little because a lot seemed like a lot. And now, I mean, we like last time we streamed and I think given it took a long time, but in one sitting I did 5 out of 7 of the chapters of Vayechi. So it really just shows that, practicing not only makes permanence, but it also actually makes things easier.
No, definitely. And I was going to say, if you're anything like me, the next time you go through Genesis, you'll pick up even more.
Yeah, that's kind of the purpose, because Jews don't view time as linear. We view it, well, okay, again, not making a generalization, but Jewish tradition doesn't view time as linear, but rather as a spiral.
Makes sense. That's the whole Ken Wilber integral theory. So, yep.
Let's see.
There is a phenomenon associated with the current tragic
What's going on?
war, which we must preserve well beyond it. In Parshat Shemot, we're told how Moshe emerged from the palace of Pharaoh in search of his brethren.
I'm sorry, Moses, you're not alive yet. We haven't gotten to this part yet. Unless I'm sure there was probably a group of Jews in the ancient world that thought of Moses as some sort of incarnated logos, and it's like, oh, Moses existed before he existed. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a tradition around that, but I don't actually know of any. But again, it would not surprise me. Let's see. Wait, what is this? I'm sorry, what?
Consider that New Year's resolutions are not the answer for you this year. You need real solutions, and therapy can help with it.
They all thought we were just going through a phase until, I think when I was 15, I showed up at the house with a swastika tattooed on my neck, and I think they were like, well, maybe it's a little bit more. My name is Frank Mink. I grew up in Philadelphia, South Philadelphia. Didn't grow up Jewish. Actually was raised Catholic. A lot of our family, I guess, just integrated and went with it. Came up on a pretty rough life, single mom, dad in another neighborhood. And so, just kind of grew up poor. I guess Jewish, Mink. I rough life,
Frank
Catholic.
Mink.
A lot of our family, I guess.
Honestly, sorry, I assimilated that into Fink. I'm like, Fink, that's a Jewish name. But no, it's Frank Mink. You could do like F Mink, like Famink or Fink, but no, it's Mink. Interesting.
On welfare and stuff. And so, kind of grew up poor, on welfare and stuff as a kid, not really knowing any identity in life.
So tell us a little bit about growing up in South Philadelphia and growing up Catholic.
To live in South Philly, and especially in my neighborhood, you didn't have to go to church, but you had to make all your sacraments. Like that was part of being part of our gang, in the neighborhood gang. Like, everyone made their sacraments. So my family was my grandmother was definitely involved in the church. I was the good Catholic boy that went on Christmas and Easter, and that was probably my times of going, like their high holidays. Stuff revolved around the Catholic Church there.
So could you tell us how old you are and what was the sort of process of getting more involved in the skinhead culture?
Okay. So when I was about 13, again, it was a rough upbringing. I had just got shipped from my mom's Irish Catholic neighborhood up to my dad's neighborhood, and I went to this all-black school where I fist fought a lot. I mean, it was a lot of trouble there at that school. There was about 20 white kids, not 20%, just 20 of us. Coming from my mom's neighborhood where you were always taught like the others were bad. The Italians were bad, even though I was part Italian too. But the Italians are bad, the Cambodians are bad, the blacks are bad. And now they're taught the same thing about us, that the Irish are bad. So it's just this ongoing thing. But when I got shipped up to the different neighborhood, I really started to notice that my race had something to do with why I'm getting in fistfights all the time and getting jumped. That summer, I got to get away from my dad's house. Now, I just want to remind people that it was like, we were on like food stamps, like welfare, where when you're like in the corner deli and you pull out food stamps, like everybody knows your business. I was a little ashamed of my life, and not ashamed, but just embarrassed of our living situation. And so now the situation gets worse, being up at the black school. Well, that summer, I got to get out of the city. My uncle had moved up to the Lancaster, Pennsylvania area. And so I go up to go hang out with my cousin who was in that area. And he was involved in this stuff. The summer before, he was a punk rocker. So, and I kind of was a punk rock
Wow.
kid. So I thought when I go up there, he's going to be more punk rock stuff. And so when I first seen him and seen his friends, they all looked different. And they were all shaved bald. And they were 16, 17-year-olds.
How old were you?
I was 13, going on 14 that summer. And these guys were just cool to me. They drove cars, they had tattoos, but they said things that was different, where they would say things like, multiracial society doesn't work. I'm a 14-year-old, no idea what that means. But when they start talking about blacks and whites not getting along, I'm like, for one, these guys don't know what they're talking about. They don't live around black people. They live around other white people, Amish people. So when they start talking about this stuff, my cousin would say to them, yo, like, my little cousin here lives in one of the roughest neighborhoods in Philly. I did. So now these guys wanted to talk to me, like, what's it really like to be around black people? And I'm sure they didn't use the word black. What's it really like? And them guys asking me, what's it like growing up that way? See, my parents never asked me when I came home from school with a black eye or whatever, or come home with a trophy, whatever. My parents, either my mom or my dad, never said, how's life? How's school? How'd you get that black eye? They didn't have time for me. These guys asking me, what's it like being around black people? Was someone asking me, how's my life? And I loved it. I loved it. I became the little guy that hung around with, that had the crazy stories. And these guys would always talk to me. And man, I just thoroughly enjoyed being around them. Also, when they would go out, all these other neo-Nazis would meet up at these clubs and I would go with them. And I still had hair at the time. I still had this little skateboarder haircut, and I wasn't shaved yet. And I seen how everyone feared them. Everywhere we went, every nightclub we went to, everyone feared them. And I know I didn't look like them, but I felt part of them and I felt people feared me. And I got to be honest, I might be a 14-year-old kid at the time, but really I'm probably like a 7 or 8-year-old kid with the development that I've had, with the abuse. And I'm just a scared little boy. I was scared of my parents. I was scared of my step-parents. I was scared of my school. I was scared if I was going to have enough food to eat some days. Now people fear me because I'm with them. Loved it. But there was other things, like, to give you an example, like you would always hear like little racist ethnic jokes in our neighborhood. That was just the way it was. And so I remember like people would say, my uncle would come back and say, oh, John, I went to the store today and Johnny didn't give me the right change back to the cashier. Johnny, he's always trying to Jew us, right? And everyone laughed. Yeah. And so, or how you started Jewish parade, you roll a penny down the street and everyone laughed. And I remember as a kid, I didn't get the joke.
Did you grow up around Jews at all?
No,
so in your mind, the word Jew, what did it mean?
At the time, it just meant this other group of people, just another ethnic group that I guess I'm supposed to hate, really. Like that's just kind of the way. And so I asked my uncle one time when everyone was laughing at one of his jokes, I said, one of his Jewish jokes, I said, why is that funny? Like, 'cause I want to know, why is everyone laughing? Like, it's kind of like, why is everyone laughing whenever you say Johnny tried to Jew me? Why is that funny? And he starts to break it down. He goes, well, see, Frank, the Jews are kind of notorious for money. And then he stopped himself and said, you'll get the joke when you're older. I was much younger at the time. He's like, you'll get the joke when you're older. It's a funny joke. When I'm at my first neo-Nazi Bible studies, because they taught how to hate through the Bible, I'm in Reading, Pennsylvania, and I'm at this little compound, and this guy comes up and he starts talking about the Bible and this, and he starts to talk about how the Jews, at the time they called it the Zionist occupational government. It's the secret government that runs the world, okay? He says that the Jews secretly take the money from the Federal Reserve. They siphon money from the Federal Reserve, and they give it to Israel so that they can start the next world war. For one, I'm 14 years old at the time, and you're talking about the Federal Reserve. I'm 48, still know what the Federal Reserve does, just trouble, right? So I'm like, all right, whatever. But what happened to me in that moment was, I got the joke. I got my uncle's joke. I must be older. I get it, like, oh, okay. And then they would go on to preach through the Bible on how to hate, especially Jews. And it's some of the most wildest stories. I felt like I was unlocking something that, again, I want to know what the adults know. They left me to fend for myself. So I'm starting to get this insider knowledge. I was in. So that was kind of the way of the culture growing on me. That, oh, okay, I must be an adult now and I'm with these men and I feel good being with them. And people fear me, right? Again, I was running home from school 2 months earlier. Now people are running from us.
So how long did it take for you to fully feel like integrated into that culture?
Just a couple months.
And then that was your identity.
Was and for whatever reason, Hashem's given me gifts. When they could be used good or bad, I was always a person that was able to get people into things. Like when I was a kid, I was always recruiting kids to play hockey or whatever. Like I was just one of those type of people. And I just gravitated to getting. Well, I had to go back to my neighborhood after that summer. So now I got to go back into my dad's neighborhood, go back into my mom's neighborhood. So I only had neo-Nazis up in the farms. I got to get guys in the neighborhood into this, right? And it was very easy because I'm just using the neighborhood racism stuff and be like, oh, we're about the white race. See, this whole thing is the biggest scam. It's the biggest bait and switch. The bait and switch. The bait and switch is I promise you something, I give you something else. When I would talk to a man or a child, a boy, or whoever, and they would say, man, I just want to be proud of my heritage. I want to be proud of my white race. Man, me too, man. Me too. That's what we're all about. Come to our group because that's what we're about. When you come to our meetings, we don't ever talk about being proud of being white. We only talk about them. We talk about you. We talk about their ruining things. You can only talk about Leif Erikson so much and be proud of stuff. You know what I mean? Honestly, it's a bait and switch. We take these people's false pride and we turn it into hate because it's their fault.
You mentioned in your story that at the core of this like skinhead culture was a lot of fear.
Yes.
Even though it seems like it's about power and strength and superiority, we're better. So how does it come from fear?
I at one time believed because of the color of my skin, I was better than and that God loved me more than others. Like that's pretty arrogant, right? But it's all wrapped around this fear, this low self-esteem, this low self-worth that, again, I'm identifying I'm proud of something that I had nothing to do with. My parents just happen to have the same color. Like, I'm putting all my pride in, like, I didn't go out and achieve anything. I'm not going out and doing good for society. I'm not going out for humanity. I just have this color skin. It makes me better. Like, that's fear, because you're not accomplishing anything. So the whole movement, almost any extreme movement, is all based in fear. Fear that you're going to take what's mine, right? Fear you're going to take my neighborhood. Fear you're going to take the white girls. Fear of this. It's always fear. And then we turn it around and make it into this false pride and arrogance. And that's why there's a lot of violence, because I have to put violence on the world because you don't believe what I believe. Well, then I have to stand up to you and force you to believe what I believe.
Right.
It's all fear and arrogance.
Did you feel like it was?
It's so interesting. I mean, like, you can tell that, like, that's an example of, like, you might not have control over being sucked into a situation, but you have control over what to do about it. It's like, it's never too late to realize that you're in something bad and that you can change.
I was going to say that not necessarily that you can, it's more that the only thing you can change is yourself. Again, I go back to Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for Meaning, where, that's what he realized in the Nazi concentration camp is. He couldn't control being there. He could control how he reacted to it. Tag.
Yeah, that's, in all honesty, kind of hard to hear. But it's the type of thing that, I mean, yeah, no one can make you realize it in the same way that nobody can, force you to feel a certain way. And by that same context, where was I going with that? Sorry, I'm like losing my train of thought. Basically, it's the type of thing that you can only realize for yourself. People can tell you, but it just seems like bullshit until that's the idea of gnosis.
Exactly. No, again, it's like knowledge is an abstract concept, and gnosis is when you're connecting it to your life and your body, sort of thing. It's much more of an embodied knowledge. Tag.
Definitely, yeah.
A way to help channel your anger?
I mean, when I look back on it, yes. But back then I didn't know I was doing that. I just thought I was standing up for the white race and, look at my neighborhood. And so it was, there's a lot of stuff I can look back on now and go, absolutely that. But at the time, I didn't know how I was channeling anything. I had some deep rooted issues in my family and my life. And so.
How did your family react to this?
I had a couple cousins that were involved. So my family, they all thought we were just going through a phase. They did. They just thought we were going through a phase until, like, I think when I was 15, I showed up at the house with a swastika tattooed on my neck. And I think they were like, well, maybe it's a little bit more. They don't know that I'm like selling guns on the side at 15 years old, selling legal guns to people. They don't know what I'm doing. I wasn't, once I was 15 or 14, really, when I was 14 and 15, I didn't live home anymore. I moved in with the movement. I just went and lived with people in the compounds and all over the country. So I wasn't around my family much.
And what about school and church? Did that just sort of slip away?
Oh, yeah. No, I never went to high school. Church was, in my own way, I seen like the hypocrisy in church at the time, so that was not, I went to these Bible studies now that were all geared towards hate. So, and that made me feel good. Again, we go to Bible studies and be taught how to hate. And it made me go, oh, okay, God's on our side. That's why I say, like, because of my skin color, I thought God loved me better. Insane.
People bring God into all sorts of things.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And they exclude him a lot from things too.
Yeah. So how long did this whole, I'm not going to call it a phase because clearly it wasn't just a phase, but how long did it last before it started to chip away?
So I started to get out when I was 19. I just got out of prison. Again, swastikas everywhere on my body. I knew at the end, when I got released from prison, I knew at the end of this that I was starting to still associate with a group that I knew the beliefs were wrong, but I had a lot of clout, I had a lot of pull, and that felt good. It was like I had nothing else in the world, but I had some respect from this group. Like, I went to prison for pretty bad crime, but in the movement, it was looked at as a beautiful. It was, I kidnapped an Antifa member. So to them, I got out of prison. I was looked at as a hero in a way, and it felt, and all that did again was build my ego, which my ego was broken. My ego was so broken.
What happened in prison that sort of triggered this, doubt in the movement, or a little bit?
It's because he was broken. It made it easier for people to get him to break other people.
As a hero in a way, and it felt, and all that did again was build my ego, which my ego.
But that's also, in a way, because of that, he was able to rebuild himself.
Well, what those
And
movements do is they often, they'll put the broken pieces together in a semi-functional but broken way. And that's what he was finding out here in prison, is the way that he had been put back together was actually broken as well. So he had to re-break himself, sort of like your nose doesn't set right or something. You got to re-break it in order to get it to look right. Tag.
Definitely, yeah. Let's see. Wow, where is it?
pretty bad crime, but in the movement it was looked at as a beautiful. It was I kidnapped an Antifa member. So to them, I got out of prison. I was looked at as a hero in a way, and it felt and all that did again was build my ego, which my ego was broken. My ego was so broken.
What happened in prison that sort of triggered this, doubt in the movement, or a little bit of it?
By the time I was leaving prison, I really started to connect with a couple guys, and when I got out, I went back to the movement, of course, and I didn't leave. I wasn't even in prison. I wasn't like, I'm changing. I just was me doing me. So when I got out and I started to hang back around with some of the neo-Nazi groups again, and I would hear just people go, all black people are this way, and I was like, man, I really share some intimate things with some of them dudes in there, just life stuff, and they weren't all that way, right? So I was like, okay, to stay part of this neo-Nazi group, I'm not gonna preach about black people anymore or Latino people, because I became friends with a bunch of Latino guys in prison too. So I was just like, I'm just not gonna preach on that stuff because I just don't believe it. But what I'm gonna stick with is I'm gonna just preach against the Jews, and that'll keep me in. I'll still be in the group. Well,
At this point, had you met Jews, or
no,
still no
there wasn't
interaction?
any in prison, to be honest. There's not. Not in the prisons I was in, so there was no. And so that's where Hashem steps in, because I'm looking for a job. I'm living back in Philly, and I have a big swastika on my neck right here, and I had stuff on my hands at the time, and so I'm trying to get work. I don't know about you, but when you go fill out a job application and you already have aggravated kidnapping as a felony on your lifetime record now, and you have a swastika on your neck, these ain't good people skills. You know what I mean? Like, what you do, management? He's got swastika management, definitely. So it's not happening. So a buddy of mine came to me and said, I can get you a job for a weekend, making $100 a day, which at the time was beautiful. This was 1994. Get you $100 a day, you just work for this one weekend, carrying in and out antique furniture at this antique show. Will you do it? And I was like, yeah, I'll take the job, definitely. He says, as soon as I said I'll take the job, he goes, I can tell you the dude that owns the company, he's a Jew. Like, do you want the job? He's like, he's a Jew, right? So I was so hard up for money at the time. I said, I was like, I don't care, I'll take the job. I said, but did you tell him about me? And he goes, yeah, I told him all about you. So I show up, start working for this dude. I make like $600 in tips, and he still owes me $300 at the end of the day, at the end of this weekend. So I'm happy. Like, I made $600 in tips, but I think he knows this. I thought at the end of the weekend he was going to come up to me and say, hey, how much money? I was going to say, you owe me money. I had the whole argument planned in my head. Like, I thought about it, think about how I'm going to come at him and go to him. And so he comes up and he goes, I owe you money, right? And I said, yeah. And I was like, you owe me $300. And I'm waiting for him to say, well, you made 600 in tips, so that's your pay. I'm waiting for this, right? And he just goes, 300, huh? I said, yep. And he pulls out a wad of money and says, here's one, here's two, here's three. He's like, you're a really good worker. Here's an extra $100. And all I thought was, you son of a gun. Like, I was wanting to fight with the guy. He gives me $400. Now I have $1,000. So he says, hey, I'll give you a ride back over to South Philly from where we were. We're in Jersey. So I'll give you a ride back over in this truck. I said, okay. Get in the truck. We're driving. And as we're driving, he just, so what do you do for a living? And now again, I'm in the passenger seat. So my swastika is blazing at him right here. He's driving, looking over, talking. He says, what do you do for a living? And I said, I don't do anything. And he said, why don't you come work for me? So I go up and I start working for this man. Now, I hadn't changed yet. I'm still holding on because, again, every night, every weekend, I'm still hanging with my neo-Nazi friends, right? This is just one guy. It's just the exception. And one day I broke something, and I went to Keith and I said, as I always did, because I have something wrong with me, and I have a broken ego, that's why I'm in the neo-Nazis, but I secretly think I'm stupid. And so I broke something, and I was like, oh, I'm so stupid, Keith. I'm so stupid. I'm so sorry. And he came over to me, and he gripped me up, and he said, stop saying you're stupid, you idiot. Clean it up and let's go. And I cleaned up this mess. We get in the truck. We're driving from North Jersey down to Philly, and we're talking on a dirt bike, and he just says to me, he says, Frank, I hate when you say you're stupid. He's like, you're one of the smartest people I ever met. He's like, so you must be calling me stupid because I think you're one of the smartest people I ever met. And he said, Frank, he told me these words, and these words have stuck with me to this day. He said, Frank, smart people can fake being dumb, but dumb people can't fake being smart. You just are. So I'm sitting in the truck with this dude who's just like so kind to me, so kind. So it's always good to me, just because this was the moment when he pulls up to drop me off. I'm waiting for him to keep my pay because I broke furniture. You're not allowed to break furniture. That was his rule. I broke his furniture, so he was allowed to be like, hey, because he paid me in cash every week. He was going to take some money out. Like, it's for that marble top table you broke, you idiot. And he didn't. He just handed me the whole envelope. He goes, here, I'll see you on Monday. So get out of the truck, and I remember I'm just walking home. And as I'm walking home, there was this overwhelming sense of like, dude, you're so wrong. Like, you're so wrong in what you're doing right now. Like, we're always making exceptions for our hate. And I just got tired of it. So that was the day, like, I went home, and I was like, yo, I'm done. It's done. Like, I literally felt like I was banging my head against the wall to believe this stuff at the end. So that is like the final day when I was finally like, I'm just done with this. And people say, like, what do you do? Like, you have to go get beat up out or this or that. No, I just stopped going around. I found other friends, and I stopped identifying with that.
How old were you at this point?
19 going on 20. And then right after that all happened, right after I changed, probably 6 months later, the Oklahoma City bombing happened. And for people that don't know, that is tied back to the movement. It is tied back to the same people that I used to run with. And I didn't know Timothy McVeigh. But there was this picture of this dead little girl in this fireman's arms, and he's running down the street with her. It just kept killing me. Like, that picture just kept killing me. So I went to the FBI. And I was like, yo, here's who I am.
Oh, wow.
And, they knew exactly who I was. So they actually put me up with the Anti-Defamation League.
From.
Said, would you go talk to this group? And I went and talked to the Anti-Defamation League. And then they asked me to go speak to some kids and some stuff like that. And what happened was I felt like I was changing my karma score. Like, I felt there's a karma score in the world. We have a credit score. We had a karma score. My karma score was really, really bad. And I just felt like I was filling up my karma score a little bit. And then I came up with a hockey program called Harmony Through Hockey, where we started getting black kids in the city of Philly to play by far the greatest game on earth, hockey. That's no arguments right there. So, and I did that for years. And because I didn't want to be a guy going around going, hey, look, I used to do bad stuff, now I don't do it anymore. Like, I wanted to do good. So that was the whole big change. And then I became an activist. I started doing interventions on neo-Nazis and getting them out. And I was one of the first people in the nation doing that. Like, at the time, I didn't depend on God the way I do today. But when I look back on it now, it was him just teaching me.
So when did you find out you were Jewish?
So that's an interesting story. So I was doing a lot of anti-hate work, and one of the things, my autobiography had come out, and so a group had asked me to do a documentary with them, and they wanted to do a documentary on religion, the religious diversity of Iowa. I don't know if you've been to Iowa, the state of Iowa. It's in the middle of the country, and it doesn't look very diverse, I'll tell you that. I became friends with one of the Chabad rabbis in Des Moines, just through my anti-hate work. We knew each other. I ate at his restaurant sometimes, and so I asked him to please be part of the documentary. And so we showed up one day with all the camera crew, walking in with the lights, and he says, so are you finally going to tell the world you're Jewish? And I was like, I'm not Jewish. He goes, you should look up your last name. And he's like, it's Ashkenazi. He's like, you just got to look it up. And so we're joking, and he's like, and because he had joked with me before, and I actually heard this joke before that I look Jewish, so it was funny. So he's like, I told you look Jewish. So I put out something on social media, and one of my uncles wrote back and says, yeah. And now that I remember, at the time when I was younger, becoming a neo-Nazi, my uncle did come to me one time, and said, you know, we have a little bit of Jewish in us, right? I didn't believe him because he's one of them uncles that just bust your chops all the time. So I thought he was just trying to do anything to get me to not be a neo-Nazi. So I didn't believe him, never thought about it again. Well, he wrote me on Facebook and was like, I told you this years ago. And a couple of aunts jumped in and said, yeah, like, all on my mom's side, like my mom's mom, and then I guess the last name Mink, which actually comes from my grandfather, is this Ashkenazi name, and we started looking into it, and then started talking with a couple of rabbi friends of mine, and just started to believe, and I started going to study, and I started reading Torah, and I started rapping to filming, and it all just started happening. And I'm also in recovery, and I'm very active in my recovery, which is 12 steps, and I'd struggled with that for a long time. And when I started putting this together, the best way I can describe it is, it was like Hashem is like the zipper, but the teeth coming together was like my recovery in Judaism perfectly coming together, along with my activism, because my activism is one of the main things in my life, and it just all started to come together. This is where I'm making the full-on conversion over to Judaism. So I'm living on a boat, and the only thing I got to do, because I was living on a boat hiding, was watch videos of like Rabbi Friedman, Rabbi YY, all these guys who just like, that was my main way of learning. When I just moved to a new area, it is hard for me just to walk into a synagogue with tattoos. I always felt weird. You know what I mean? So I had to do everything online. It was during COVID. So I did everything online. I remember I got to talk to one of the rabbis in person. And I said, it was one of the Chabad rabbis brought me to a school to come talk. And I said, well, don't you know, man, like I wasn't raised Jewish. Because I feel that. I'm like, I wasn't raised Jewish. I have a bar mitzvah. And he goes, Frank, if you ever feel judged, or if anyone ever judges you for that, tell them to go judge Moses, because he wasn't raised Jewish either. How about that? It's just little things like that. And maybe be like, okay, I get to do this. And it's just a daily thing. It's my daily life.
So when you were watching all these videos, what sort of messages were they saying that resonated with you?
I'll tell you one of the things that really resonated with me was when I was in the neo-Nazi movement. See, I was once bitten by the venom of anti-Semitism. So now I've built up the anti-venom in me. I was always told in any circle you go around those groups, you're going to hear that there's basically like 10 old Jewish men who run the world. Okay. And as you know, and as everyone here knows.
I mean, this is honestly a fascinating story. Can you even imagine, like, that's really like this idea of like going to hell and coming back?
Well, except he kind of started in hell and just left. He didn't kind of go there.
I mean, no, I mean, he had hardship, but he didn't grow up in an environment that taught him to hate. I mean, like, he did, but it was like more passively. It wasn't like he wasn't indoctrinated by his family into being a neo-Nazi or into hating people. It was just kind of like the general environment of his milieu.
No, agreed. No, I was thinking more of he didn't have the great life to start with.
Yeah, but like it's very reminiscent of the Joseph story in a lot of ways, and even Moses.
And I think Joseph was less to blame for it than this guy was. He made some conscious choice to hang with those neo-Nazis and do some of the stuff he did. Joseph was just sort of a pain in the ass and annoyed the brothers a little too much.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, to be fair, people don't just join extremist movements out of nothing. Again, it doesn't mean that they're justified in joining them or in participating in extremist behavior. I'm just saying that and again, I'm not justifying it, because believe me, it really bugs me. And like, especially when I see it on my own side, given, it's pretty equal. I mean, or it's not, honestly, it really depends on the situation and the context. But the point being is that, that like people don't end up, picking up a gun to join, basically think of it this way. Why do people want to join a military? I mean, obviously people might have different reasons, but you could look at like someone who joins the military because they want to protect their country versus they want to join the military in order like to, wreak vengeance on their enemies or whatever. Those are two very different reasons. And I think that on one hand, you have to look at why people might be one way versus another. And a lot of it just goes down to how they were raised and the experiences they had when they were growing up. And again, it doesn't justify it, but I think that it's like if you're trying to, it's almost like if you and again, I'm not. I need to be careful with my words. Basically, if you're expecting someone who has not been like again. Say you have like say you have an overabundance of food in a city, but regardless of how much food there is, you need to pay for it, and it might not even be a lot. But say you don't have any money, so then say someone they're starving so much, they haven't eaten in so long that like they like if someone were to like try to take away like a piece of food if they picked it up or whatever because they didn't pay for it, they might like lose their shit and start beating them up. Again, it doesn't mean what they're doing is okay, but like if you expect to be able to rationally deal with someone who is, in a state of extreme distress, then again, it doesn't justify what happens, but like I feel like that's something that it's like there's a fine line between and again, it never justifies it, but it's like on some level you need to know kind of the situation and the context you're in. And it's one of those things where I'm not trying to connect this back to what's going on now, but in a lot of ways I do think it's oppression. The fact is that and I forget what this broke like a week ago, but the IDF didn't have any plans basically for a situation like what happened. They couldn't conceive of it, and that is why it happened. If they would have if they would have considered it at all, they would have known, what type of measures either they could have taken to counter that or have methods ready in order to like it. And the thing is, if that would have happened, and again, it's one of those things where like, oh, what are you going to do? Blame the people for not defending themselves better. But the truth is, if not as many people had died, there wouldn't be as much, casualties on the other side as well. And again, it's not even a side. I mean, there's civilian casualties, and then there's Hamas. Hamas is the other side, and then so I want to distinguish, like, I'm not saying the other side is Palestinians. The other side is Hamas. But the problem is that it's hard to get accurate numbers. Anyway, I don't want to go away from, modern politics, but the point remains that, like, you need to consider, basically, don't think the worst of humanity, but expect the worst of humanity. That way, when you're surprised, you're like, it's rewarding. But like at the end of the day, this is just something like I personally would like to think that most people wouldn't do evil shit, but like the truth is, it's not a matter of individuals doing evil things or not, but like whether they're willing to stand by while they happen.
I was going to say, some of what you're saying there is it's a matter of developing realistic expectations. It's like you should expect different behavior from a dog that looks like he's been abused versus one that, is sitting there on a leash, and very well behaved.
Or one that's foaming at the mouth.
Exactly. And, this guy, he hits on the big reason why people join and stay in those groups. It's because a lot of those people are lost, have no direction in life. And these groups, one, they supply direction, even if it's evil. They're giving them structure, but best of all, they're giving them acceptance. They're giving them that dopamine rush of togetherness, of you're part of something bigger, and that's something that they're not getting anywhere else. So you have people who have nothing, and these groups, cults and things like that, when they offer these options, that's something that these people are going to naturally, it's like gravity for them. They're naturally going to gravitate towards it and go for it. It's just how it works. Tag.
Definitely, yeah.
I've come to know that when you get 10 old Jewish men together, that's 30 different opinions. They don't even know where they're going to eat lunch, let alone how to run the world. And people say, well, the Jews are the head of this, and the Jews are high up in this company.
The funny thing is, 10 Jewish men, you don't have a cabal, you have a min. No, not mincha. It's what's the word? Minyan. Oh my God, I'm tired.
High up
but then the anti-Semites hear minyan, and then they're like, minyan? Did you say minion? It's like Despicable Me.
in this field, and it's they use banking, and then I think, but also as I was learning through Proverbs, it says about educating yourself and learning and knowledge and wisdom. I started to realize that if you look in the addiction fields, there's Jewish people at the heads of that. There's Jewish people at the heads of marketing. Like when you look at all these groups, and it's not a conspiracy. It's just that we have a heritage of learning. We have a heritage of learning. And this is not to knock my my Irish heritage 400 years ago was still trying to learn how to dig up potatoes. 3,000 years now, we've been studying and learning.
Come on, that's
and it's
not
just
fair.
Heritage.
Come on, that's not
so,
I was going to say, that's beyond bogus, dude.
Well, also, not only that, but it's like, so what if they had a hard time digging up potatoes? It's not like it was native to them. It was literally brought from the old world, right? New world, right?
You're thinking sweet potatoes. No,
Oh.
regular potatoes are old world.
Well, that's embarrassing. I'm tired. I get a pass. Wait, really? Then how come?
That's one of those whole big things about the Polynesians and South America, is they needed to explain why there were sweet potatoes, yams in both South America and Polynesia.
Wait, but then how come vodka is a relatively new thing?
Well, distillation didn't come about until the medieval ages.
Yeah, but my point is, I don't know. It just feels like they would have already had figured out how to. I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong, but I think vodka is actually a result of like Imperial Russia.
Quite possibly. It's again, like the caviar is a purity sort of thing. But no, I was going to say, your high proof alcohols, that's very much a middle age, closing Renaissance sort of innovation. Before that, pretty much people only drank the beer and the wine.
But yeah, I was going to say, also, I think I was getting confused with tomatoes. That's what it was.
Oh, yeah, no. Similar sorts of spelling to the word, but totally different. One's underground, one's above ground.
Yeah, it's like the tree of knowledge versus the tree of good and evil, or tree.
And if I use that
tree
for
of life versus tree of knowledge.
good, if I use my knowledge and my discernment to be good in this world, then Hashem's going to show me the right way and show me the right things to say and show me the right way to do my activism, which is a huge part of my life. It's his plan. And that's what I've learned from all these guys. It's his plan. Have a Shabbat in my life. Make sure it's reckoned. Make sure that I celebrate that. He's got it. He's got this. And I don't do my mitzvahs so that I'll get anything. I honestly, I'll be honest, I feel sometimes that when I do things, I just get a little wink from Hashem. Like, got you. I got you. Just go be of service. I got you.
in the world of the internet, there's lots of things to be able to learn online, and people can educate themselves online, especially young teenagers who are impressionable. For young people who are looking for answers online, you know, sometimes going through a bit of an identity crisis, so they might be going to the wrong places in terms of some inspiration or some sense of identity and purpose. What advice would you give to young teens, adults who are looking for something, you know, just how to make sure they're searching in the right places?
If you're online and you're searching and you're noticing that everywhere you're going is someone talking bad about others to make you feel good, then you're going down the wrong. If you want to find your identity, find where you're listening to people that are talking about how you make you better. Just make yourself
interesting. Better. I don't think we know anybody like that.
Yeah, no, I can't imagine how such a thing could happen.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's totally not someone out there telling you that, you know, an entire group of religions is just evil and bad and there's no good from it, and that they're all crazy fundamentalists and that they all want to overthrow the government. Like, imagine actually thinking that.
Yeah, it's kind of, I imagine that one as sort of a small little world.
It is a small world after all. It's like the question at that point, is your head really that big, or is it just that the world you're in is so small that your head only seems big in comparison to it?
Good question to them. It's more like it's a world of torture, a world of pain.
If you're gravitated towards, and the websites and the rabbit holes you're going down are always at the end, you're blaming them, then you're not in the right spot, because it's never about it's never about what others are doing. It's about what you are doing. Go to find people that are mentors in your life. It's not other people's faults that you feel this way. It's never other people's faults.
So true.
So when people feel spiritually sick, how do you suggest they start to heal themselves?
Prayer meditation is, I take about an hour and a half every day after I do my tefillin and I do my prayers, my blessings, because I'm horrible at Hebrew. I'm horrible at English, let alone Hebrew. So I speak everything in English. But after I do that, I do about an hour and a half God walk every day. And I don't do that because I'm so spiritual. I do that because I know that I'm broken, and I need to get right. And I say these words to myself all day long, especially in my prayers. I say the word stay, S-T-A-Y. Stop thinking about yourself. All right, Hashem, what would you have me do? How can I be of service? How can I be of maximum service today to you and to, I deal a lot with really sick people sometimes in the drug and alcohol world. So how can I be of service to them today? And then never hide my past. If you make mistakes, be okay with the greatest thing we get to do with each other is be like, oh, I did that too. Oh my God, I felt so stupid. Oh my God, do you ever have that time when you're having that conversation and you're feeling really bad about something and your friend says, oh my God, I did that too. And you go, oh my God. Yeah. Okay. We're okay. That's what we're here to do, is to have those conversations with one another. So you don't feel so isolated, because everyone makes these mistakes, and it's okay for us to say to each other, I made that mistake too. If you like this conversation and you like having meaningful conversations, please like and subscribe.
That was interesting.
Hi, everyone. Mark Barden here at Sandy Hook Promise. On December 14th, 2012, my 7-year-old son.
It's too sad.
Gee, we must have just had a school shooting, because we're seeing an ad for Sandy Hook wanting money.
Yeah, I mean, where are you being sarcastic? There was just a shooting in I think it was Iowa.
Yeah, no, I was being 100% sarcastic. I hate it whenever I see that ad, because a lot of times I see that before I hear the news.
Yeah. So,
and it's like, dear Lord, it's like the leeches are out sucking money from people, even before, blood money.
let's see. All right, so let's get to it. Where are we? Here. So. Baruchu et Adonai Amvorach. Baruch Adonai Amvorach leolam vaed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech olam. Asher bachar banu mikol hamim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. So just to recap, some of the stuff that I thought was particularly interesting. So Me'el Avicha. So this is from the end of last episode. Me'el Avicha, from the God of your father, or your fathers. No, the God of your father, whom helps you, and from Shaddai, Vayivarechecha, who blesses you, Birkot Shamayim, blesses you with the blessings of heaven above, and the blessings of Tehom that crouches beneath, the blessings of Shadaim and Racham, the blessings of, this is fascinating, the blessings of the breasts and of the womb. So this is fascinating. You see what they're doing here? So Shamayim with Shadaim and Tehom with Rachom.
Yeah, that doesn't translate into English real well.
It would be like, let's see, deep and wait. Let's see, Tehom. I'm going to see if, let's see. Trying to, it doesn't work. You have to. It's like you would have to hear it in Hebrew. Oh shoot! Actually, I'm going to send the link to Avi in case he wants to check this out.
Yeah, no, that's one of those typical wordplay translation sorts of things. Is there's no real good way to translate, fun wordplay like that from one language to another. It's so difficult to try to capture. You have to lose stuff.
Let's see. Oh, what's that? Share, copy, paste. One moment. Let's see. Parallel of Shadaim with Shamayim and Tehom with Rachom. Tehom. Is it? Yeah, I think it's no Racham. And it even matches because see, so Shaddai, the breast, and Racham, the womb, just like Shadaim, like Shemaim, which is above. And it's really important because why else would it have to emphasize Me'al? I mean, obviously, I'm not saying that. It's implying, well, it is implying that. Or I'm at least inferring from that. All right. But yeah, I feel like it's this idea. I mean, it's literally as above, so below. So it's Shadaim, Shemaim, breasts and heavens, womb, and I mean, you even have this idea because the breast is like associated with the upper body, whereas not only is the womb associated with the lower body, but it's also associated with waters, which is what Tehom is associated with. It's the waters of the deep.
Makes sense.
And what here it seems like, at least what I'm understanding, is that the blessing of the breast is to be able to give milk, and the blessing of the womb is to be able to give birth.
Yeah, definitely. A fecundity sort of connotation.
Yeah. So, Birkot Avicha, Gavru al Birkot Horai, the blessing of your father will be stronger upon the blessing of your ancestors, sorry, until the desire of the eternal hills will be fulfilled. To the head of Joseph and Lekadkod, and to the head or the crown of the Nazir, the consecrated of his brothers, or Nazir of his brothers. So, I mean, then it talks about Benjamin's blessing, but anyway, so I'm just going to read the translation here real quick so we can move on. All these were tribes of Israel, 12 in number, and this is what their father said to them as he bade them farewell, addressing to each parting word appropriate to him. Vayatsav otam vayomer alehem ani ne'asaf el ami kifru Oti elavotai el hamehara asher besade Ephron hachiti. And he commanded them, and he said to them, I am Nasaf. You all will gather me? Wait. This is interesting. It's saying we will be gathered to my Ne'esaf. I feel like I'm missing something. Ne'esaf el ani Ne'esaf el ami. Okay, this is interesting. It's like my people, we are going to gather me to them. It's like the Ne'esaf. I'm pretty sure. Oh, wow. Okay, I feel dumb. It's because it's Nephal, I think. So I am assembled. I'm going to be gathered to, yeah. So, wait, passive call? I don't know why it's putting it as a call. Anyway, so basically, I am going to be gathered as opposed to I am gathering myself. So I am going to be gathered to my people. You, this is a command, imperative, bury me, el avotai, to my father, or with my fathers, to the ma'ara, to the cave, that asher, that is in the sadeh, in the field of Ephron, the Hittite. B'mahara asher b'sadeh Machpelah asher al penei Mamre be'eretz Canaan asher kana Avraham et hasadeh מת עפרון החיתי לאוכל לאחוזת קבר שמה קברו את אברהם ואת שרה אשתו שמה קברו את יצחק ואת רבקה אשתו ושמה קברתי את לאה מקנה השדה המרה אשר בו מת בני חת ויחל יעקב לצאות את בניו ויאסף רגליו אל המיטה ויגבה ויאסף אל המייב. In the Mara, in the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, that is in front of the Mamre in the land of Canaan. So it is interesting. Now it just says Mamre. It doesn't say the Alon Mamre, the Alon of Mamre. It's just saying Mamre. So that's interesting.
Yeah, one thing that I'm picking up the first, on the previous one is that gather together, that echoes Osiris, with where you have to gather the body together. I don't know whether that's intended or not, but I was just picking up echoes of that tag.
I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily intended. Thanks. Happy Friday to. Well, missed when Halsey was watching, but happy Friday to you, Halsey, as well. But it's more so just it's a Semitism. It's a way of referring to being buried. You're not saying you're not being put into the ground, because given it's this idea of a reunion. You're being reunited with your ancestors. Not it's not a loss. It's they're not viewing it in the sense necessarily of the people you're leaving behind as much as the people that you're being reunited with. Which I think is also interesting because the way, for instance, the death of Sarah is Chaye Sarah. The death of Jacob is Vayechi, which means and he lived. So, and interestingly, it's also the death of Joseph. So, oops, spoiler. Sorry. So upon that is in front of Mamre in the land of Canaan. That Abraham. So this is interesting. It's saying the land that Abraham bought in Canaan, but Canaan asher Canaan asher that he bought or acquired. That Abraham acquired the field at Ephron from Ephron the Hittite as an acquisition, like a burial site. Oh wow, I didn't even look at where it said burial site. I just assumed that would be a good way of translating it. I mean, it works. So there you will there Abraham buried. There Abraham buried Sarah, his wife. There Isaac buried Rivka, his wife, and there I buried Leah. Miknei Hasadeh, the field and the cave. The cave of the field, the cave and the field, the field and the cave that is in it, Me'at b'nei chet miknei, from the Hittites, it was acquired. And this idea is it was purchased. There's this idea of a transaction. Vayichal Yaakov latzut, and when Jacob was able to when he ceased instructing his sons, he gathered he like gathered or removed his feet to the he gathered, so it's almost like he picked up his feet. It's almost like there's this idea that it's not like I guess how else would you say you lay, it could just say he laid down, but it says that he gathered his feet to the bed and vayigaveh, and he died, or like he expired, to give up the ghost. Interesting, to yield up the ghost. The idea of like when your animating spirit finally leaves your body. It's fascinating. And he was gathered to his people. Any thoughts on that?
Nothing in particular, just following along with what you're saying and agree.
Yeah. I saw. ויפול יוסף על פני אביו, ויבך עליו וישק לו, ויצב יוסף את עבדיו ואת הרופאים לחנות את אביו, ויחנתו הרופאים את ישראל, וימלאו לו 40 יום, כי כן ימלאו ימי החנותים, ויבכו אותו מצרים 70 יום, ויעברו ימי בכיתו, וידבר יוסף אל בית פרעה לאומר, אם נא מצא אותי בעיניכם, דברו נא באוזני פרעה לאומר, אבי השיבי אני, לאומר הנה אנוכי מת בקברי, אשר קריתי לי בארץ כנען, שמה תקברני, ואתה אלנה, וקברה את אבי ושובה, ויאמר פרעה עליהו קבור את אביך כאשר השביעך, ויעל יוסף לקבור את אביו, ויעלו איתו כל עבדי פרעה, זקני ביתו, ובכל זקני ארץ מצרים, וכל בית יוסף וחייו, ובית אביו, רק טפם וצאנם, ובקברם עזבו, בארץ גושן, ויהימו גם רכב גם פרשים, ויהי המחנה כבד מאוד, ויבוא עד גורן התנא שבעבר הירדן, ויספדו שם מספד גדול וכבד מאוד, ויעש לאביה בבל 7 ימים. And so Joseph fell upon the face of his father, and he wept, and tears streamed forth. He shed tears upon his face, the face of his father, and he kissed him. I mean, you can feel the emotion. It's like Vayifal Yosef al pnei aviav. So, and he fell, and Joseph fell to his face. He literally fell upon his father's face, and he wept upon it, or like either upon him or upon it being his father's face. Vayishaklo. And whenever you have this idea of like vayifol, so it says what he vayifold upon, and right away vayivech, and he wept alav, upon him, and immediately after vayishaklo, and he kissed him. There's no space. He doesn't say anything in between. There's no, like, literally he does this, and he does this. You can feel the emotion. There's like very little actual like processing of it. It's just he's going through the motion. I mean, given his father just died, so I mean, I'm not saying that he's doing anything wrong, but and then Joseph commanded the servants of Adav at Harophim, his servant doctors, or his doctor servants, lechanot, to chan. So it's interesting. So chen, grace, chanat, is to comfort. Wait, what? No, sorry, I don't know where I thought I saw comfort. No, to embalm, spice, make spice. Wait, what? To make spicy. Interesting. I wish I knew that word before. Lechanat. I like to lechanat things. I like to make things chanit.
So what you're saying is that the Bible's trying to say that Jacob was a spicy meatball. Tagged.
He's a spicy meatball, short and stout. They pumped him full of myrrh and frankincense, and now he won't decompose.
You left off the natron, but I get the idea.
Yeah, too tired for that. So to embalm him and make him spicy, to spice him and make him spicy, like a good eggnog, to his father, to do that to his father, and Vayichanetu Harofim et Yisrael, and the doctors embalmed Israel. Vayimelu, and 40 days were completed or fulfilled. 40 days, because hence, like when they are fulfilled, the days of embalming, vayivchu, and weeping for him in Egypt, shivim yom. The Egyptians bewailed him 70 days, so it required 40 days. But so it's interesting. It says the Egyptians mourned him for 70 days. Vayavru yamei, and when the days of his weeping passed over, Vayidaver Yosef, Joseph said to the house of Pharaoh, saying, If it will please, if I have found favor in your eyes, in your eyes, Dabruna, please do this. Please, like, let me speak in your ears. Pharaoh, in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, Avihi shvi'ani, my father has departed. No, my father has caused me to swear, so as to say, behold, behold, I'm about to die, in my grave, or no, like, I will be buried, or bury me in, Bakabar. So it, I will be buried in that Karitili Ba'aretz, in that land, where I have cut a covenant. In the land of Canaan, there, Tik Bereni, I will be buried. You will bury me. Ve'ata, and now, Elena. Oh, interesting. Elena means please go up, but it sounds like Elena. Elena. Please let me go up. Let's see, where is that? Let's see. All right. So, please go up. Please, I will go up, and I will bury my father, and I will return. And Pharaoh said, go up and bury your father as he caused you to, as you have promised him. And Joseph went up to bury his father, and he went up with him, and all the servants of Pharaoh, all the elder servants, so all the officials of Pharaoh, I guess is saying, all the elders of the house of Pharaoh, and all the elders that were in Egypt, and all the house of Joseph and his brothers, and the house of his father. Only the children and the flock and the cattle remained azvu, or like abandoned, or were left in the land of Goshen. It's like, it's a party time. All the Israelite kids are breaking out the alcohol in Egypt. All the parents are away. That actually sounds kind of fun. I mean, obviously, I want to say, contextualize this. Back when I was a kid, it would be weird if, honestly, I feel like that's how cults get started. Like, someone forgets to make sure that they bring along the weird guy, and then he ends up starting a cult with all the children of the town. And then by the time that the people return, it's all children of the corn up in that bitch.
Sounds like you're doing the Pied Piper myth.
Wait, I didn't realize we were talking about a myth.
Well, again, I should say urban legend. It's a questionable historical veracity.
No, the joke was that I was talking about it being something that actually ends up happening. I'm joking. I don't know. I was just... All right, let's see. What was I looking for? So is there any commentary? Let's see. Resources, commentary. There's got to be some commentary on this. Does seriously nobody talk about the fact that this honestly sounds kind of fun? It's like, just make sure to clean up after the party. All right. And they went up with them. Also, in carriage. Also, Parshim, and Parasim. They also distinguished. by chariot and by horse. But interesting that parash can also mean horse or steed, which is kind of similar to like Persia. But that's probably just a coincidence, honestly. And horsemen went up and they encamped kaved, and they were a very large camp, very heavy camp. Vayevu al ad Goren, and they came across Goren ha'atad. So atad can mean bramble, thorn, buckthorn, but I'm pretty sure there's atad. Is it spelled differently? Oh no, this is, what I'm thinking of is with the ayin. So no, so atad, bramble, buckthorn. Interesting. I wonder if there was ever a context that it could be like acacia. That would be interesting, but probably not. So Goren is like a heap, I think. Threshing floor. No, so the threshing floor of buckthorn. The buckthorn threshing floor, as in crossing the Jordan and Ispedu Sham and wailing there, or they lamented there, Misped, in wailing, in a great wailing, and were heavy, like were greatly troubled, or like greatly weighed down via us, and he did for his father, yes, and he did for his father Evel, mourning for Shiva, 7 days. So that's Shiva. This idea of like the 7 days of mourning. So I think it occurs before this, but it's very clear here. But I'm sure there's going to be lots of commentary on this. How much English? See. Let's see. All the kings of Canaan and princes of Israel. Interesting stuff here, but I'm just going to try to skip through. So, all right. So here, let me just also see how much we have to go. So, any thoughts so far?
No, just interesting following along. It's story I've heard plenty of times, but some of the stuff like the wordplay and stuff in Hebrew, that definitely doesn't translate well.
Yeah. Let's see. So we've got so we're on 50. So 50 has how many? Okay, that's not bad. So I'm going to give myself a tiny little break here because my throat is getting mighty dry. Let's see, what can I find? Let's see. Let's see.
Buried in the land of Israel. In this week's Parashat Vayechi, we read the beautiful story of the death of Jacob, how he is transported to the land of Israel, buried in the cave of the Machpelah, together with his fathers in the patriarchal and matriarchal tomb. But the book finishes with the death of Joseph. Joseph the viceroy, the man who had saved Egypt. Surely, if he had declared that he too wishes to be buried in the land of Israel, Pharaoh would have allowed him to. to fulfill that need. But why not? Why does Joseph not be buried in Israel, but remains in Egypt until the beginning of the Exodus? Why was Joseph never buried in the land of Israel? In this week's parasha, Parashat Vayechi, we read the beautiful story of the death of Jacob, how he is transported to the land of Israel, buried in the cave of the Machpelah, together with his...
This week's reading of the Torah Parsha Vayechi.
Why was Joseph never buried
Sorry.
in the land of Israel? In this week's parasha, Parashat Vayechi,
Sorry, I'm trying to find. Let's see, what's this?
It's time to switch my situation.
I'm making the turn into tech.
I want to take my career to new heights. Get ready to fast track.
If you enjoyed this program, please like and subscribe. In fact, Paul uses that he refers to the devil as the Lord of this world. And that's an idea that's thoroughly unbiblical. It's highly dualistic. It has nothing to do with Judaism. It has everything to do with Gnosticism and the kinds of ideas that would fuel Manichaeism.
Caller, you are live on the air. Please tell us your name. Caller, you're live on the air. Please tell us your name. Where are you calling from?
Okay. My name is Jackie, and I am calling from South Texas.
Welcome, Jackie.
Yes.
Go right ahead
Can
with
I
your
ask my
question.
question now?
You absolutely can. Go right ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Let me just look at my. Okay, so basically, this is my question. I was explaining to my brother how Satan is not the fallen angel with free will that Christianity makes him out to be. And I explained to him that the Tanakh's view of Satan is just an agent of Hashem. But my brother said that no, that Satan and hell is in Judaism. And let me just ask a question. So basically, what's important to me is how do I explain this to my brother that the demons that they talk about in the Talmud is wrong or because of the Christian concept that Satan and demons are of rebellion, fallen angels, that's wrong. So I'm trying to explain this to my brother.
Okay.
So Satan really exists. He's very real. What Christianity has wrong about Satan and demons is their belief that Satan is an enemy of God. It's a malevolent angel, a metaphysical being that's at war with God.
You know, the funny thing is, it's not just the Christians who think that. It's also the Satanists, at least the theistic ones.
Well, I think part of that is the problem when you're jumping back and forth between El and El Elyon. It's like, it's like if you're going with the highest God, then then Satan would be an agent. If you're going with El, one of the lower ones, then he would be more of an equal opponent. And it's the conflation of El and El Elyon, and not keeping track of which one you're talking about that causes confusion, in my opinion. Tag.
In all honesty, there's not really certainty that Elyon was different from El. There's some reason that people might suspect it, but at the end of the day, it's more so like they like Elyon, it means the highest. So it's really a title. It's like for instance, you have names of gods that literally mean those things. So for instance, like Shamash means sun, and Yareach means moon. And you have something like what was it that I was saying? Where it literally, what was the first thing I was talking about?
You were talking about El Elyon meaning high.
Oh yeah, yeah. So El means God, Elyon means highest. But the thing is, it seems like though, like for instance, the name El is given to Kronos, and there is even a tradition that that the name like Koronos, that it's derived from Semitic, meaning koren, which means horned.
No, I understand what you're saying. It's basically what I'm seeing is the difference between the God that's good and the God that's beyond any description. That's the creator of everything, because the two of them aren't compatible concepts.
But I guess what I'm saying is in either case, it's not like in either case, Satan is subservient to both of them, like regardless of which one God is.
Well, and that's the thing is, I don't see Satan as subservient in the lower case. I see Satan as subservient to El Elyon, but I see him more as the competitor to El, where he's the opposition to El, and the two of them are going back and forth. It's like when you're dealing with the Satan El level, you're dealing with the duality level, and when you're dealing with El Elyon, you're dealing with the with the monad, the unity of the two. That's sort of tag.
I personally don't agree, because the closest parallel we have, especially this idea of like, being swallowed up, like death basically just gets kind of blended together with the idea of hell and with Satan in some forms of Christianity, because you don't want to imply that death is its own entity. But in the Baal cycle, for instance, you have Baal being swallowed up by Mot. But Mot is called El's darling. Mot is literally an agent, is like a child of, but is a servant of El. So, like, what I'm trying to say is, whether it's that or whether, like, if you want, like, why I'm pushing back is because El or Elyon, either case, totally would be they would have Satan be subservient to them. But where you start to get the difficulty is, and where I would agree with you, is if you're talking about like Baal or Yahweh, they do have Satan as a rival, or they do have this, because the implication isn't necessarily that Satan's trying to seize the throne, but that he's there to fix the power imbalance. That if someone gets too powerful, he's there to knock them down a peg.
I guess part of it, I'm taking the approach of I'm not as tied to the labels as I am the functions going on. And it's like, if you're dealing with a God that is inherently good but not evil as part of the nature, you can't be dealing with that higher level God. You have to be dealing with a lower level, and that one is going to have an inherent opposition of a being that's also evil, that they're in competition with. And I guess I'm sort of saying is, it doesn't matter what names you're associating with them. That sort of dynamic is going to, metaphysical dynamic is going to inherently occur. Tag.
I disagree with that as well, because the name is actually what determines the archetype.
Now we're at a fundamental agree to disagree, because I see the archetype as being beyond any sorts of words or descriptions, that it existed before language did.
Well, no, I'm not saying that I'm not saying the opposite, but what I'm saying is, like, for instance, you can see there's a formula to it, that the way that when certain names are used, they're used for certain purposes. So like the names are built around the archetypes rather than the archetypes around the names. I'm just saying that you can't disconnect the two.
Well, You're not no more than you can disconnect, protons and electrons from the atoms. I'm seeing as different layers, one layer underlying the other one.
But like what I'm trying to explain is that if you look far back enough in the liturgy before you have this general conflation, you can see that the name El Shaddai, and as well as I'm trying to think what else. I mean, mainly that's used in context of healing and fertility. That the name Adonai Tzvaot is almost always in the context of being this type of redeemer, this divine man of war. Anytime you have this idea of bestowing of mercy, not specifically this idea of blessings, but just this idea of forgiveness or atonement, that's almost always connected to El or to what else is there? El Chanun V'Rachum, great, gracious and compassionate El. So I mean, what I'm saying is there's a pattern, and so I think that to not base it based off of the names kind of ends up missing the way that it goes about, because I'm not saying that you can't break from that pattern, but if you don't notice that pattern, you're going to end up missing a lot.
No, I understand what you're saying, and part of it is I see that exact same pattern existing in Hinduism, in pretty much every religion or spirituality that ever existed. And that places me in sort of semiotics, where it's not the individual names that you're associating with them, it's the underlying concepts that are primary. And I agree with what you're saying is when you're dealing with all these names, you have the humans trying to associate the names with the underlying concepts, and it evolves over time as the understanding of the underlying concepts evolves over time. So I'm still seeing it as the language is a separate plane that's secondary to the archetypal tag.
Yeah, we're not saying anything different. At least I'm not saying anything. I'm not meaning to say anything different than what you just said. But I guess what I'm saying is that although they are separate, they are connected.
Oh, definitely. I agree with that one. I'm just sort of seeing it as the language is sort of the emergent property from the other one, as opposed to the gods not existing before the languages sort of thing.
It's kind of like how consciousness is an emergent property, yet everything we're conscious of, for the most part, not everything, but a good amount of things that we come across every day pre-existed our consciousness, but they existed even without us being aware of it. But yet, without our awareness of them, they weren't known to us. So in that sense, they were completely unknown to some, and still are.
Well, and again, now you're dealing with the difference between consciousness and awareness and knowledge, and how you can be aware of things that you're not aware that you're aware of. And you get all sorts of fun infinite regresses. This is my wheelhouse tag.
Oh, I thought it was Donald Rumsfeld's wheelhouse.
I think that's more the Rumsfeld store where he sells it out of.
So Satan and demons, it's the metaphysical world. HaKadosh Baruch Hu created them, and he created them in order to give us free will. So the fact that there appears Satan mentioned or demons mentioned in Tanakh or rabbinic literature, that should not trouble you. It is the way that it's presented in Tanakh, as an example. In the book of Job, we encounter Satan, who comes to God and before the ministering angels and points out that this fellow named Job, and granted, he's very righteous, but if he were tested, he perhaps would not be righteous. And God instructs Satan, okay, this is what you can do to him to test him, and this is what you can't do. You can't take away his life. And Satan does exactly what God tells him to, hardly an enemy of God. In Christianity, Satan is part of a dualistic view in that there's God, the good God, and it's kind of an idea that you would find in Zoroastrianism, this dualism where you have an evil, malevolent, metaphysical entity that's at war with God and seeks to destroy mankind and ultimately goes to war with Jesus and God in the book of Revelation. That's not the only other place you'll find it. So be very careful about this. And this is something we talked about in our show together last week. And that is, it is common to discover terms that both Jews and Christians use. And at first glance, they appear to be the same, and they are not the same at all. We've talked about the word faith. Christianity and Judaism both use the term faith. We mean something completely different when we use that term. When it comes to Satan, bear in mind that man is created in the image of God. Man is created in the image of God. We have in the Neshama, every person, Jew, non-Jew, doesn't make a difference. We all are created b'tselem Elokim. And therefore, our default is to serve Hashem and never to sin. And if there was no Satan in the world, we would have no free will because we would never want to sin. It would be silly.
Notice how it's not B'Tselem Adonai, B'Tselem, Yud-Heh Vav-Heh, it's B'Tselem Elohim, which I think is going to this idea of the universal brother, or like the universal kinship of humanity, rather than looking at, this idea of being created by Adonai, because then if it basically you have this idea that what was it that the one, so the one who breathes life in might be Adonai because he's taken over, but ultimately the one who creates mankind is Elohim, which is also implying, or at least allowing, the interpretation of a plurality, which could literally just be El and Asherah.
No, I hear what you're saying. I tend to take the opposite approach. It's much more natural for me to deal with the archetypes and to deal with them from an abstract level, and then tag on a word like Elohim or the Tao or things like that later, because it's the same underlying concept regardless of which word you associate it with. Again, this is semiotic sort of stuff.
No, but the tradition completely changes on how you read it.
Well, I understand, but what I do is I try to understand the underlying, metaphysics that unify all spirituality, and then learn how a specific tradition basically modifies that to suit their needs. Again, this is just my way of understanding it, that I wouldn't recommend for anybody else.
It would be as foolish as in the kitchen sticking your hand into a flame. We might make mistakes, might be careless, but we would never intentionally burn our hand. That doesn't make any sense.
I've done
so
it before.
Satan, that's why it says
seriously burn, but just kind of for instance, I just heat this up, just touch it for a second. See, living on the wild side. Oh, okay. See, actually burnt myself a little, but it doesn't hurt a lot. See, if that was, but I wouldn't do that with the actual freaking flame. That would be insane.
Well, whenever I think of that, I think of G. Gordon Liddy, who used to toughen himself up exactly by that. He'd sit there and hold his hand over flames until he couldn't stand the pain anymore, and did that more and more in order to increase his, tolerance for pain and such.
I don't know.
I agree with you. It's not sane, but I'm reminded that he did that.
I think he might have been a bit of a masochist.
I have a much easier time with masochists than sadists.
I mean, that's fair because they're only dishing it out to themselves.
Bingo.
Don't dish what you can't take, and by definition, you're dishing exactly what you can take. Well, except in some cases, if also I don't know, I entertain literally every thought, and then I realize, hey, maybe I should just stop here. But no, I mean, I feel like, definitely anything can be taken too far, but, just at the very least, don't hurt other people. Try not to hurt yourself, but absolutely don't hurt other people.
Isaiah 45.
Bingo.
Speaking of,
that Hashem created evil. And it's there so that there's a balance, because we're told explicitly in Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 15, before you I place
talking about
good and life and evil.
It's like, it's not this idea of good versus evil, but it still is a Gnostic idea. Like, to say it isn't is to ignore all the traditions that acknowledge evil as a necessary part of the equation in order to have free will. I mean, like, it kind of stuns me that he goes off on one end as like, oh, it's a Gnostic, not Gnostic, basically implying it's heretical. But then here, there's another potentially Gnostic idea.
Yeah, and part of that is the implicit that goes back to the Gnostic emanation theory, where you can't have one option without also creating the alternative.
The syzygy.
Yeah, more or less. I was going to say that's more or less an alignment of three, but yes, the idea that if you want to have good, you also have to allow for evil, and then you have free will, where you want the people to freely choose good over evil. And that,
yeah.
Go ahead. I was going to say, probably going to say the same thing, and that's what allows for people to choose evil.
Yeah, that's the syzygy, though, because notice you have the tradition, again, going back. It's just, honestly, it's easier, and I feel like I can speculate more on this without feeling as uncomfortable, because it's like, I mean, sure, I have friends who are Christians, but it's not like they're going to hold this against me. And again, I don't think that, like, Jews would hold it against me if I had a theory I have plenty of theories on Judaism that go against the grain. But my point being, though, is that when it comes to this idea of the syzygy, the free will, that's, in a lot of ways, you don't get the figure of Christ without free will, or the figure of the Messiah. It's about having it's about having this responsibility, but then actually choosing to take it on of your own free will.
No, absolutely. That's the way in my metaphysics. I build free will in at the foundation, and everything is basically just free will self-binding itself. Okay.
And then also another thing to look at is how, with the story of Jesus, you have Jesus Barabbas and you have Jesus, what would it be, like Jesus Bar Joseph or whoever, basically Jesus, Barabbas, well, everybody knows as Barabbas, but literally the son of the Father. And then you have Jesus the Christ. But the thing is, the son of the Father versus the Christ, what is it saying? It's like, honestly, I feel like there's a lot of things you could derive from that, but the main thing that I think is important to focus on is that Barabbas was seen as a murderer, and then Jesus was, seen as, at least in Christian tradition, as the savior. So you have a savior and you have a murderer. That's literally a tradition of, you have the same person. And the funny thing is, there were traditions around Jesus that would basically make him into a terrorist. And so what happens when you have Jesus the terrorist versus Jesus the miracle worker? And the truth is that that's basically what free will is.
Yeah, it's the old saying, one man's a freedom fighter is another man's terrorist. And also you have to throw alongside the Bar Abbas tradition the whole Didymus Thomas thing, the twin of Jesus as well. And you have yet another one of those those dualistic parallels in addition to the Bar Abbas tag.
Interesting.
Cool. And you should choose good. So Hashem is placing that before us. So don't be distracted here. Be very careful. Satan is real. The question is he an enemy of God? No, it's really, I'm not going to say it's silly, because it's very attractive. it's so attractive that you could see that in fictional characters, in cartoons and movies, you have a good guy and a bad guy, right? And no one's quite sure why the Riddler is doing this. Like, why are the villains, right? All right. No angel can go into rebellion against God. That can't happen. They have no free will. They only do what Hashem created them for. Satan is there to give us free will, and he's mentioned very infrequently in Tanakh, and therefore it's very easy to identify exactly what his purpose is in the world. And therefore, the fact that Satan, demons are used, that's not relevant to anything. Satan is there to give us free will, and we can overcome sin. We can just step on its head, and he's done with, he's finished. But in Christianity, in fact, Paul uses that he refers to the devil as the Lord of this world. And that's an idea that's thoroughly unbiblical. It's highly dualistic. It has nothing to do with Judaism. It has everything to do with Gnosticism and the kinds of ideas that would fuel Manichaeism and other religious movements at the time of the early Christian movement. Thank you for your question. If you enjoyed this program, please like and subscribe.
אדון עולם אשר מלך
I paid off $495,000 in debt within 18 months using what I now call.
So the antidote to all the traumas is do more, take more responsibility. So the antidote to all the traumas is do more, take more responsibility for the quality of life in the world in general. Don't make it personal, make it godly. So Pesach, Passover, is the season of our liberation, a festival of our liberation. Came out of Egypt. Coming out of Egypt is not the same as coming out of slavery, even though in Egypt we were enslaved. But those are two really separate issues. In the Haggadah, we begin with Avodim Hayinu. We were slaves. But when we say Yetziat Mitzrayim, we're not mentioning explicitly the enslavement, just Mitzrayim. We left Egypt. We got out of Egypt. Because technically speaking, for almost a year, the Jews in Egypt were not slaves anymore. Once the plagues began, the enslavement stopped.
Wait, is he trying to say that the economy shut down?
We came out of
and
Egypt,
that they had lockdowns
because
of the Egyptian pandemics, and so all of a sudden people weren't working?
Actually, that in a lot of ways, I liked your reading there better than the one that I flashed to, which is, well, the Pharaoh actually let them go, but for some reason they just didn't leave, and that caused the whole problem.
It's like God didn't get the memo that they were let go, and they were just kind of sticking around. And then he's like, "Oh, my people are still in Egypt. More plagues."
And Pharaoh's like, "Hey, I let them go. What else am I supposed to do if they won't get out of here? Guests overstaying their welcome at this point. Tell them to go."
Out of slavery. When we left Egypt, we came out of slavery when the plagues began. Each plague happened in a separate month. So there were 10 plagues, there were 10 months. So, what does it mean to come out of Egypt? Chassidus says Egypt means restriction. The word Mitzrayim is related to the word Meitzar, which means restriction, narrow. confining. The festival of liberation means the opportunity or the anniversary of the experience of freedom from restriction, freedom from limitation. Now, of course, slavery is a restriction, a limitation, but that's an extreme and that's physical. The restrictions that we need to liberate ourselves from today is more spiritual, more internal, self-imposed.
Psychological and mental.
Yes, there is pressure. There's peer pressure. There's social pressure that can sometimes be devastatingly difficult to ignore. But the most common restriction is the self-imposed ones. And of the self-imposed internal restrictions, the mother of them all is the addiction to self. The addiction to self is very confining, very limiting, almost crippling. I can't, I'm not the type. It's not my main thing. It's not my strong suit. I'm not in the mood.
It's interesting, though.
First of all, it's so self-imposed. Nobody's doing this to you. But more than that, it seems so final. If it's not my thing, then I cannot, I will never. It's so inflexible. We actually describe it as our needs. When we start to feel like we have needs, that is the strongest restriction, the strongest enslavement that there can possibly be. I convince myself that I need something.
I need oxygen to live.
Whether it's
you echoed my thoughts
something
perfectly there.
I need to acquire or something I need to.
I guess his response is, well, technically you don't need it to live. You could just die.
And that boils back to, again, the only thing I have to do is die, which is what my father taught me. And a lot of what the territory he's talking about here is people who shift their wants in their psychological into the psychological category of needs. There's nothing wrong with wanting something, but when you make that want into a need, and then you start having pain, like you're no oxygen if you lack it, now you've just done psychological harm to yourself. And to me, that's the territory that the rabbi's exploring. Tag.
I mean, technically speaking, you're not doing psychological harm to yourself if you need, I feel like I'm missing something. If you need oxygen.
Well, there are things that you need in life, and then there are wants that are, superfluous above and beyond those needs.
Yeah, but the thing is that, for instance, to say I need oxygen to live is to say this body needs oxygen to live. I mean, I guess on some level, if you believe it, depending on, I guess I could mean different things depending on what you think about the existence of a soul or not. But
I need the new iPhone when it comes out every year. There are people, there are people who that's genuinely a true statement when they say that they do need it. If they don't get it, they have pain, just like, their existence is threatened, just like they would be if they didn't have oxygen. And this is what funny. I'm saying is when they do that to themselves, when they elevate, wants into needs, they're inherently harming themselves because they're good at wants can't always be met. Needs can't always be met. And you're getting additional pain by unmet wants in addition to unmet needs. Tag.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
What?
What was it? Shoot, I think I lost the thought. Gates. Yeah, I lost it.
It'll cycle around again.
escape from.
Oh, right. I don't even know what type of iPhone I have without looking it up. Like, it's not even something I concern myself with.
Oh, I didn't say everybody. I'm
Oh,
saying
no.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you were. I was just giving a comment. Like, it's kind of funny. I was just saying it's funny, not that I was like, oh, well, actually. I just actually kind of find it funny because sometimes people ask me, what type of iPhone do I have? And I'm like, oh, shoot, I don't actually know.
Yeah, no, it's those items people can handle with them perfectly well. They handle them fine. I'm pointing out the problems when they don't. Okay.
Yeah.
It more than just enslavement. It's solitary confinement. You've locked yourself in and you cannot get out. The truth is that psychology has done us a disservice. See, there was a time.
See, I don't think it's psychology. I actually think it's psychiatry.
I kind of agree with them because part of the problem is psychology, especially the talk therapy and all that. It tends to reduce everything to a single level. Everything is they say it's the psychological level, and some things are emotional, some are mental, some are spiritual. And if you're reducing everything just to a single level, you're going to basically flatten and reduce and override a lot of simplicities.
What about Jung?
What
about Jung?
Well, Jung he took a slightly different approach. He was incorporating multiple levels. And that's why I use the the basic model that he and Tony Wolff developed together. Again, Jung one of Jung's mistakes was, again, he tended to squash everything into a single plane as well. It's why I think his idea of when he gets to 4, he's good with the Trinity. When he gets to 4, he tries to fit them all in the same plane, as opposed to recognizing that when you get to 4, you're dealing with, your Platonic 4-sided solid. You needed to raise up. Is the sign of elevation and ascension. It's not ascension. It's not the, you need to find a fourth point on the same plane. Okay.
Well, I mean, when in doubt, just have it in the middle.
Well, and that's what it looks like from above. And if you squash it all down, it looks like it's just, a point in the middle of a triangle, as opposed to, again, if you play D&D, a 4-sided dice. You miss that elevation that you get from the side view.
Yeah, it's like a diamond versus
a square.
Or a pyramid.
Yeah.
When we had serious problems, realistic survival problems, it was very helpful to have someone to talk to be able to express the pain, the agony, the fear. And so psychology was successful. Today, when the world is so much more affluent, our existence is not threatened, our well-being is not threatened, what are we suffering from? Today we suffer from trauma.
Oh.
Trauma.
Valid.
I had an experience left me traumatized. Almost every experience is described as a trauma.
No.
We're so sensitive, we're so delicate.
I mean, that part maybe, but
that we need therapy for our traumas. Let's clarify this.
I think that really ignores the fact that we aren't living in homeostasis like we used to. I mean, given it's not to say life was perfect. No, people got wiped out by diseases. I'm not saying and again, I don't think that it's like, oh, all good, or it's not like you have to get all
That
of that.
homeostasis was an illusion. Life is like, your body's like balancing and riding a bicycle. It's all balancing, paradoxes and conflicting pulls. And that idea that it is stable, that it does have these stable states, is like a like a stroboscope, where you see that stable point, even though the whole thing's spinning around, moving at the rate.
But the thing is,
it's the linkage between circular and linear.
the-
Each cycle of a circle produces one step in a linear process. Okay.
yeah, the only thing that I would, like just try to remind you of is, what was it? Like, for instance, that can be true on a macro scale, but if you zoom out enough, you see that the pattern is solid, more or less. So there might be troubles at one time or another, but you can see that it's more like it's within a rhythm. So it's if it's like, it could be like left, 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 right, right, left, like going back and forth. But then what happens if you have a point where things don't correct, or like, for instance, you have introduction of all these novel materials and chemicals that are affecting humanity in a way that it's unprecedented. And then you have the fact that people are living much different lives than we were even 100 years ago. And the fact is that even if you want to argue for, some ancient civilization and some, long time ago, the point is that we've been, I guess you could argue maybe it's just, if you zoom out further, then it's, just the same pattern again. But I would say that,
You're hitting on the fractal nature. Yep.
Yeah, but I think that on some level, at least to the most of our knowledge, because, we can look at layers smaller until the point that we have no more knowledge of anything outside of that. But I guess it works both ways. But the point is that realistically, what's going on now is unprecedented. Like, short of chemicals that were previously in our environment that might have been introduced by some other source. Like, yeah, there was a point where they were novel. So I'm not saying that's not the case, but like,
if you look back in time, at what point can you say that's not true?
True, but I guess the difference is, rather than something being introduced, we're the ones introducing it.
Yeah, it's just our turn on the stage, like Shakespeare says, all the world's the stage, we're but merely players. This is our turn to play our part.
Somehow it feels like the whole world's been prepared, and then all of a sudden us, humanity, we're on stage and we forgot to study.
Yep. Again, can we say that wasn't true?
Why do you have to be so right?
It's a curse. What can I say?
Cassandra, like Cassandra, but without the A.
Yeah, not as much of an asshole as the one with Alexandra was.
When there were serious problems.
Honestly, short of using Grampong as the name for your character, I feel like Cassandra would be a good name for your character.
No, I see your, yeah. No, I see where you're going with that.
It's like the one who knows what's going to happen, but dude, that would be funny. Okay.
Survival problems. And the therapy was helpful. What did the therapy consist of? Focus on yourself. Focus on your inner strengths. Focus on your true needs. Focus on who you are. Don't lose your confidence. Don't let it intimidate you. That attention to self was helpful up to a point. Beyond that point, it became toxic. The focus on self is what made us so delicate and so sensitive and so fragile that every experience that isn't positive is a trauma. Even some positive experiences are now traumatic. So we continue with the same therapy And it's not working. Because the trauma of today doesn't need to protect the me. On the contrary, the reason I feel so traumatized is because I've been too focused on me. How does it make me feel? What does that do to me? What do I think of that? What do I feel now? We got to go in the opposite direction. We've got to get away from the me that has become so delicate. Because the more I focus on the me, the more traumatized I become. Now, what really is the problem
that's a normal response
with trauma?
I think that's indicative of a traumatized society.
Why is trauma so devastating? Why is it so harmful? If we step back, most of the things that traumatize us were happening all through history, and people were not traumatized. They were hurt, maybe even damaged,
Don't forget
but
that
not traumatized.
plenty of dead people.
Meaning, it didn't prevent them from living their lives fully.
I'd be curious to hear
They
him
lived
explain
their
how you
life
can
with
be
pain,
hurt but not damaged.
with scars, but they lived their life. And that's why they didn't call it trauma.
No, they had trauma.
Traumatized means
Didn't
I
deal
can't
with it
function.
because, or they didn't,
Now,
actively
what is
confront it,
preventing me from functioning?
not in the ways that we did.
The
Because,
distraction.
I mean,
Not the
they were
event
too busy surviving.
as much as the fact that the event is
But again, it's not
distracting
to
me.
say that they didn't have time to reflect on their consciousness.
We need a different kind of therapy now.
Well, a lot of what
We
he's
don't
talking
need to
about, you
build up
couldn't avoid it back
ourselves
in the day.
because the self was
You
never
had
attacked.
children dying. You had these things we consider trauma and tragedies, but they were just everyday occurrences in life that happened to everybody. And it's the rarity we have these days as to why, we're not prepared to handle it. We, as a society, we don't have a good handle on death. Tag.
It's definitely airy.
Act. Our existence is not threatened. And yet it feels like it is. Why? Too much focus on self. We have made the self so delicate that it can't handle ordinary, normal human
I don't know. I think
experiences.
our existence is being threatened, but by ourselves.
So what's the antidote? So here's a very good example, a very good analogy. If you get thrown by a horse, every cowboy will tell you, the best thing to do is get right back up on the horse, or a horse. Because if you don't, you may never get on a horse again.
What happens when you break your spine? Do you get back up on it? I think you might not be able to get back up again. Like, it sounds good until it doesn't, until it just doesn't work. And then you have to change the tune. Well, oh, but this, maybe this happened to you for this and this reason. It's like, at that point, it's coping. And I don't think there's anything wrong with admitting in coping, but yeah, you might be able to get new perspectives on life, but realistically, what's worth losing your health just to gain a little bit of perspective? Like, it's one thing if it's like something that you can recover from or something that you can live with, but something there's people who die or get seriously disabled and they aren't able to just get back up from it. And it's like, it feels very dismissive of those people.
Well, again, you also have those people who, sacrifice their life for a higher cause. You save your family from the burning fire, but you die in it. Is that person making the wrong call by doing that? And that's what you have to evaluate. And I think a lot of what the rabbi's talking about boils down to what I call as the option between solving or salving problems. And some problems, and not all problems fit into one or the other category. And that's where wisdom and knowledge comes in, is knowing which one it is and how to fix them. Because it's like, if you have a nail for your foot, yeah, if you take a couple of hydrocodone, it might kill the pain, but that's not going to solve your problem. You need to get that nail out of there and you need to get it fixed. But on the other hand, if you try to fix things that are just like, hurt feelings that are just, the person's upset and it's going to go away, and you try to institute long-term solutions based off of that, then you're also, you're not, you're handling the problem poorly and applying the wrong patch to the problem. Does that make sense, Tag? Muted.
Yeah, thanks. Definitely. I mean, there's definitely cases where like the salve is the solve or the solution because, like, if you're in pain because of something like inflammation, but it's like excruciating, like, obviously, I mean, there's a time where people believed that pain was responsible for healing, so they wouldn't view it that way. But and again, it's not correct because pain can actually worsen. I mean, again, you could argue being aware of it makes you more conscious of it, and like maybe your mind works harder. But at the end of the day, realistically, if you're comfortable, your body's able to relax more, and if you're able to be more relaxed, you're able to sleep more. If you're able to sleep more, you're able to heal more. Also, if you're more relaxed, you can eat more. So there's all that. But so I just think that it's really crucial that like people soothe themselves when they need to be, but like say there's something wrong in your life and you don't know how to deal with it, and you just soothe it using like alcohol or drugs, then obviously that's not going to solve it. But I mean, there's cases where maybe you go out for a drink with friends and then you end up hanging out with them, and then you end up realizing something that you wouldn't have if you would have just stayed home alone. Those are two completely different situations. And I mean, I feel like that might also seem a bit hypocritical because, here I am dabbing away, but I'm also like, my dependency is also because like I'm doing it because of the fact that it helps me. It's like the one thing that, I mean, like for instance, right now, like if I really thought about it, I actually do have quite a bit of pain, but I'm able to just not give it my attention because of the cannabis. I mean, I'm also able to basically be completely functional. And I mean, I don't think many other people would be able to, given I haven't been reading straight for, nearly 3 hours, but like I am able to focus. The problem though is just keeping to a good schedule and getting back. It's like I need to get back on a normal schedule. So we're going to finish this up soon.
Yeah, I was going to say you're hitting on the idea of there is no one size fits all solution to everything for the most part. And the same answer that is going to work perfectly fine for one person could be the utter recipe for disaster for another. Tag.
Bees?
Yeah, B. Yeah, I slurred. Whatever.
What?
No, I said I slurred my words there. No,
You didn't slur your. No. I'm literally. Bees? That was my response.
Oh, I don't know. I don't understand what bees meant.
One second. Wait, is this is. Please tell me I'm not hallucinating this. This is. What? Is this not a thing?
Open the box, Joe!
WTF.
Is this real?
I love this song.
this
Oprah? You all been watching your Oprah? Yeah. Every year.
Open the box, Joe.
Is it just me, or does this feel like some sort of occult ceremony?
Oh yeah. You had to like the computer be flying straight at the camera too. There are a couple more.
Oh my God!
Well, that's not terrifying at all. Not at all. But yeah, dude, I don't even know half the stuff I reference. I reference it and then I look it up and then I find out what I was talking about.
Again, that's a way to follow your unconscious.
That is true. Let's see. Ah, dang! I didn't realize that that they were live today. That was 12 hours ago. Ah, shoot! I wish I would have known. Damn. I mean, I'm guessing maybe he'll be live tonight. Not sure. Oh, you guys weren't. I was talking about Dr. Bob and whatever channel he's been on lately.
Yeah, he does a fair amount of lives, you know.
Oh yeah, that's good to know. Oh yeah, let's see. What am I looking for? See, did we finish watch? No, we didn't. Wait, where is it? Go back. Open the box.
This is
okay, where were we? Oh, here it is.
So, what is the antidote to a trauma? Do what you need to do. Don't let it stop you.
Okay.
There is a mission for which we exist.
Smoke some more.
There is a purpose for which we were created. There's a job for which we were born. Anything that prevents us from fulfilling that purpose is the enemy. In the past, we had some serious enemies determined to not let us live out the purpose for which we were created. Like, for example, Egypt, Pharaoh said, "You are going to serve me and be my slave." That's not what we were created for. But he was determined to prevent us from living out the purpose for which we were created. He wanted to replace it with his own purpose. That's called enslavement. Enslavement means I'm not going to let you live your life. I'm going to force you to live my life, the life I choose for you. So let's be clear about slavery and freedom from slavery. We all know, everybody will quote this for you. What did Moses say? What did Moshe say to Pharaoh? Moshe came to Pharaoh and said, "Let my people go." That is not the end of the sentence. The God of Israel said, "Shalach es ami v'yavduni." Let my people go so they will serve me. Finish the sentence. Don't be misleading. Moshe didn't say, "Let my people go," period. He said, "Let my people go so that they can serve God." Here's how it should be read. You think that the Jews should be serving you and be your slaves? No. Let my people go so that they can serve me. So it should be read, Shalach es ami v'yavduni. We're not going from slavery to retirement or to vacation. No, we're going from the wrong service to the right service. But there's no non-service. A human being is always creative, useful, productive.
Why do from slavery to service?
Like, if you fall off a horse, don't take time out, get right back on the horse. The problem with today's traumas, even not life-threatening, they feel like they are. But the reason for that is because it distracts us from our purpose. And when you're not fulfilling your purpose, it feels like you're dying. So what is the solution? If you suffer a trauma, turn your attention to the purpose for which you exist. The trauma wants you to be stuck thinking about yourself. Your purpose in life is to think about others. So if you've had a trauma, all the more reason to serve others, make the world better. Turn outward. We're way too introverted as a result of the therapy that was once helpful, but now has become toxic. So the greatest favor that God did for us was to take us out of Egypt and give us the Torah. Again, don't stop in the middle. Don't live with a partial concept. God took us out of Egypt in order to give us the Torah and tell us what our true purpose is and what creative or productive things we can do that God really needs of us. So the antidote today to all the traumas is do more, reach out more, take more responsibility
Or does he
for
sound
the
identical to
quality
Jordan
of
Peterson?
life
I don't even listen
in
to
the
Jordan
world in
Peterson.
general.
Does he
Don't
sound identical to who?
Jordan
make it
Peterson.
godly.
If you enjoyed
Yeah.
this conversation or this
You know, again, better
and you're
beard
looking
than
for more
Jordan, but
information,
sure.
or you want to hear it again from another angle, there's a way to do that. And that is in this book. It's all there. Order
I
it
feel like
from
he's the
Amazon.
Jordan Peterson of
You read it,
Judaism.
reread it, and share it.
Except, at least from my knowledge, I'm hoping he doesn't have as many bad takes. And I don't even mean like politically, I just mean in general. Like, I kind of feel like Jordan Peterson lacks a certain level of self-awareness. And I mean, I guess maybe we all do on some level, but like, he really does.
Oh, 100% totally glaring. I was going to say one of the differences, I'm pretty sure the rabbi isn't addicted to, antidepressants and psychiatric medicine that like Peterson was. They had to put him into a medical coma for months to get him off the stuff.
I mean, dude, believe me, I know that I'm like the first person who thinks of that whenever someone brings up, but like at the same time, it's kind of an ad hominem. I mean, plenty of people who have done a lot of good have struggled with addiction issues or with
No, that's not a slight against his character. That's a piece of factual evidence in support of him being unself-aware.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean, but I mean, to be fair, there's just as many people who end up going through that type of thing and are self-aware because of it. So,
well, I would like to see the specific situation, because for the most part, I think people who are going into addiction, who get into those sorts of addictive situations, it's because they're masking things, and they're usually masking stuff that they're not aware of. And they're getting into the addiction situation because of something that they're not self-aware of.
oh, I see what you mean. I wasn't thinking about one of the more crazier things that he's done. I was more so, maybe he's have memory issues. I was more so thinking about like his wardrobe. Like the dude looks like he walked out of, I don't even know what. I mean, it looks good in a context, but not actually to wear out.
And again, I look at it again, YouTubers and university professors, it's like they tend to fall into a certain look and a certain type of clothes, and that's basically all they wear for decades on end.
You know, I see it.
And some of that is that whole egg-headed thing. Their head's too busy on something else. And Einstein sums it up where he had, wore identical clothes every day because that eliminated the need to think about it.
Yeah, but where's the expression in that?
I think Einstein saved that for his hair tag.
That's true. Isn't it? I mean, I'm pretty sure this is correct, but you ever hear the thing about how apparently Yoda was modeled after Einstein, but I forget what. They're like Einstein, but something else.
Einstein meets Kermit the Frog?
Einstein meets something. I just don't remember what the something was.
Again, I can see Einstein, Kermit the Frog, and Elf in there with those ears.
Wait, Elf or Alf?
That would be Elf, because Elf came out later.
Ah.
I loved Elf. That was a fun show.
All I know is the character from the kind of wacky look. I never saw it. I mean, it's before my time.
Oh yeah, no, it was again that whole alien with a family. His thing was eating cats. It's fun.
That doesn't sound fun.
Well, he doesn't actually eat the cats. That's all he talks about, though. That's his favorite food.
Is that? I feel like that could be a euphemism.
I think it could be, and it never occurred to me until now. I'm not. No. I'm moving on. Because I just wait. Again, bringing it back there, we need to get back to Jacob with his 2 wives and 4 wives, and I guess he ended up marrying the other two, according to what they said. But
I mean, marrying just means to cohabit with someone, really.
Yeah.
All right. So, let's see. Where are we at? All right. So, Vayahara Yoshev Haaretz Haknanyani Et ha'eved bagoren hatan Vayomru evel kaved Zele Mitzrayim ken gara shama Mitzrayim asher bever Yaden Vayasu banav lo ken kasher Sivam vayisau oto banav arza Canaan vayikberiu oto bemi'arat Sadeh Machpelah asher kanam Avraham et hasadeh achau zot hakaver ואת עפרון החיתי על פני ממרא וישב יוסף מצרימה הוא וחייו וכל העולים איתו לקבור את אביו אחרי קברו את אביו ויראו אחי יוסף כי מת אביהם ויאמרו לו יסתמנו יוסף השבב ישיב לנו את כל הרעה אשר גמלנו אותו, ויצוו אל יוסף לאמור, אביך ציווה לפני מותו, לאמר כה תאמרו ליוסף הנעשה נם פשע אחיך והדחת אותם כי גמלוך הווה שנא לפשע עבדי אלוהי אביך ויבך יוסף בדברם אליו. Sorry, I'm trying to get a tune in my head. Okay, got it. בדברם אליו. וילכו גם מחייו ויפלאו לפניו ויאמרו הננו לך לעבדים ויאמר עליהם יוסף אל תיראו כי התחת אלוהים אני ועתה חשבתם עלי רעה אלוהים חשבה לטובה למענו עשה כיום הזה להחיות עם רב. Okay, wait. And then there's 6 more, so. And it's like, I'm starting to fade. You can tell because like it's not coming as easy to me. And he, and seeing the dwellers of, seeing the Canaanites dwelled in the land that was, the land of the when they were when the Canaanite inhabitants of the land saw the mourning at Goren HaAtad, they said they are heavy in these Egyptians are heavy in mourning, therefore it was called, that place was called Evel Mitzrayim, the weeping, or like the what's the word, the mourning of Egypt. Asher Be'ever Hayardan, that was beyond the Jordan. So it's interesting. So the Egyptians end up going all the way beyond the Jordan. But so it's fascinating because this is talking about like where would this be, do you think?
Yeah, that's what I was questioning, is where beyond the Jordan, because traditionally the area that they were talking about I thought would be on the west side of the Jordan, just to the north.
Maybe Petra.
No, the Jordan doesn't run down there. Jordan runs from Galilee to the Dead Sea. Stops at the Dead Sea, doesn't go further south. The rift it's based on continues, but not the river.
That's what I'm thinking, because Jordan just means that which descends. It's like the region that goes down. It doesn't specify Nahar Hayarden. It just says Hayarden, which
So
is
you're
the
talking
region.
about the archetypal river as opposed to the physical river. Yeah.
No, I'm not even talking about a river.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Because keep in mind, it doesn't just refer to a river, it refers to the region of the river. It would be like if Egypt was called Nile.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Like Mississippi, where it can apply to the people as well as the river, as opposed to the lots of different things.
Yeah. So, and he, and his sons did, for him, thus as he commanded them. And they lifted him. His sons lifted him carried him off to the land of Canaan. And it's interesting, they're not calling it the land of Israel, they're calling it the land of Canaan. And they buried him in Ma'arat, in the cave of the field of the Machpelah, or Ma'arat, yeah, of the double field, or the field of Machpelah, that was purchased by Abraham, the field for an acquisition for a burial plot. From the hands, not literally, but from Ephron the Hittite upon the face of Mamre, or before Mamre, or near Mamre, Joseph and Joseph dwelled in Egypt, or like went back down to Egypt to dwell, and he and his brothers and all Olim, and all of those who went up with him to bury his father after him, they buried his father after they buried his father. Oh, it's saying all this happened after. So basically, you just read this. After they helped him bury his father, Joseph went down to Egypt to dwell with his brothers and all those who had gone up with him to bury his father. Oh, so literally, wait, because it says Likvor et Aviav Achrei Kavru et Aviav. So he went down with basically after they buried his father, Joseph went down to Egypt to dwell with his brothers and all those who went up with him to bury his father. So it's kind of interesting. It almost feels like you're telling the story in a way where you could keep going and it would keep being correct. Do you see what I mean? Like it would be continuous.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
It's almost like an Ouroboros.
Which comes into more play when you have Abraham going to Egypt before all this sequence as well. And again, when you got Ouroboros, now you're seeing a fractal pattern, or at least I am. Okay.
Let's see. All right, so I'm going to see if there's any commentary on this. See commentary. And all those on the way to the burial, the mourners are mentioned last, whereas on the way first whereas on the way back they're mentioned first. So on the way to it, they're mentioned last. On the way back, they're mentioned first. This is still the custom. On the way to the cemetery, the mourners follow the others, and on the way back, they precede them. That's interesting understanding.
Also echoes the last shall be first and the first will be last.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. And all those who bury is return to Egypt, and then repeats the words after he buried his father. It may differentiate between those who waited with their return and until after the burial. None of it's super deep. Okay, wait, what's this? And all those who had been going up with him. This verse contains an allusion to the fierce fighting which preceded Yaakov's burial in the cave of Machpelah. This is why it was necessary for the Torah to report that all of Joseph's family returned to Egypt in peace. Not a single person who had engaged in honoring Yaakov by traveling to Canaan to bury him came to any harm. When the brothers had fought against Shechem and had subsequently been engaged in battle with the Amorites, they also did not. Interesting. Yeah, this is really interesting. Oh, sorry. I was lying in my throat. Let's see. Simeon carried his beer. I don't know what it's saying about his beer. Any clue what it means? B-I-E-R?
Yeah, that's the it's again, I usually see that with the Vikings. That's basically what you put the body on, and then they would usually light it on fire for the cremation. But that's clearly not what they're going to be doing here, because you don't do the cremation.
Mm-hmm.
But it's basically, my guess is the pallet that they're carrying the body on.
So he and his let's see. Yeah, it just says Oto. Maybe, are they interpreting, I don't know where they're getting this from. Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, oh shoot, where did it go? All right, so, and he saw his brother Joseph. Wait, no, and Joseph saw his brother. Wait, and when the brothers of Joseph saw that their father had died, they said to him, to Joseph, Yishtamenu. And they said to him, wait, what? They said, what if Joseph hates us, and surely returns upon us all the evil that we have brought upon him, or brought for him. And so they instructed, and so they instructed to Joseph to say, your father commanded before he died, saying, thus you shall say to Joseph, please lift up, Anna, I beseech you, lift up, please, Pesha, lift up the transgression of your brothers, v'chatotam, and your sins, no, or who sinned against you, and their sins, because of the evil gamluch. Please forget. Please forgive. Where's forgive? Gamluch. Please deal goodly with your brothers, and lift up the transgressions. Okay, lift up the transgressions and sins. And now lift up, please, for transgression, the my servants, the servants of the God of your father, gods of your father, and he wept, and Joseph wept, Bad Baram, in his speech. He wept as he spoke to them. So it says, "Forgive, I urge you, the offense and guilt of your brothers who treated you so harshly. Therefore, please forgive the offense of the servants of the God of your father." It's strange. It's a very interesting formula. Are you picking up on it as well?
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it, but I'm picking up on it.
Let's see, what can I find? And now, from this word on, the sons of Bilhah added words. So some people are interpreting this as different ones are saying this to him. All right, let's finish this up. I just want to see if there's anything else. Yeah, not particularly. Joseph cried when they spoke to him. He cried when he realized that they suspected him of harboring hostile thoughts against him. This verse is proof that Joseph had never informed Yaakov that the brothers had sold him. For if Yaakov had been aware of it, he would have ordered Joseph not to hold a grudge against the brothers on that account and to make up with them. According to the Midrash, after Joseph's original meeting with his father in Egypt, Joseph made a point of never again to meet his father without someone else being present, so that his fathers would never have reason to suspect him of telling his father that they sold him. That's interesting. It's almost this idea of like he didn't want them to, like he didn't want anyone to know they betrayed him.
Well, he didn't want Jacob to know that his brothers had betrayed him.
I mean, keep in mind, I don't think his it seems like he tried to keep it hidden from the Egyptian court as well that he was a Canaanite.
I was going to say, could be. You know, to a certain extent, they knew he had been a slave. So,
yeah, but
I'm not sure where being a Canaanite is worse than being a slave. You know.
Well, no, I think it was more so he was trying to blend in. He wasn't. He was trying not to stick out.
Gotcha.
And just, you know, it's also he didn't want everyone to know that they were his family until, you know, he knew for sure that their credit was good, basically.
Yeah, which again is why I tend to take with a grain of salt some of those interpretations about, you know, they didn't know him because he now had a beard. It's like, that wasn't the Egyptian way to grow that big Canaanite beard.
Yeah. So, all right, let's see. Let's see. Wait, what was this here? Oh, shit. Let's see. Let's see. Oh yeah, we already read that. Okay, so and they, and his brothers also went, and they fell, or they caused themselves to fall. I think that would be Hifil, to throw or prostrate oneself. They threw themselves before him. They threw themselves down before him, and they said, "Here we are before you, as slaves or as servants." But so it's interesting. They said slaves, and he chose servants. This idea of, you know, like Joseph becoming Israel and Judah becoming, you know, Judah. And Joseph said to them, "Do not fear, because because I am beneath Elohim." Do not fear me, because I am below God, or because beneath Elohim am I. He's basically saying, why are you fearing me? You should only fear God. Interesting. Are you picking up on that?
Yeah. And again, that whole fearing of God is one that it's an interesting usage of the word fear. That's not the typical standard one all the time.
Yeah. For am I in the place of God? Sadia Goen explains this as meaning, am I in the place of God that you fall before my face and say, behold, we are thy bondsmen? Am I then in God's place? Joseph meant, if you're guilty, it is up to God to punish you. It is not up to me to revenge myself or to hold a grudge against. Holy, this is literally the idea of turning the other cheek, isn't it?
Definitely sounds like it. Again, you're back to that whole Joseph being a pre-incarnation of Jesus, depending on how you want to interpret it.
Or Jesus just being what's the word, like a revamp of both David as well as Joseph.
Hey, he has some Moses in there leading him to the promised land too. So
yeah. All right. Let's see. It is not up to me to revenge myself or to hold a grudge against you. Joseph may not have told the brothers that he had forgiven them, because under Noahide law, the matter did not depend on his forgiveness at all. Under Noahide law, once a person has committed the sin of kidnapping or robbery, he is guilty of the death penalty. The fact that the victim forgave the criminal is irrelevant to the penalty. Joseph added that he had to interpret the brothers' actions in a manner which reflected credit upon them. That's fascinating. So it's almost this idea of it doesn't matter what, like, you have to uphold the law. But again, what that does is it sets the standard that allows you to be justified in upholding the law when it's rightly. But still, they wouldn't actually execute people that frequently.
yeah, it's the difference between you have to uphold the law between you. Difference between that and you only have to uphold the law.
Yeah,
you know, upholding the law is required. It's not, it's not sufficient for everything. Okay.
Yeah, like in order to uphold the law, sometimes you have to know when to be lenient.
Yeah, it's a lot. I refer to it, some of it's spirit of the law versus letter of the law, and depending on which way you err, you can cause problems.
Yeah, it's the difference between chesed and gevura. There's a time for both.
Definitely.
So, okay, let's see where we let's see. Do not fear, for am I instead of God? He meant that the reason they do not have to be afraid was that he implied himself as a God-fearing man. He implied, as explained, Unclos, who uses the word dachala, real fear, that even if he were bent on retaliation, this would only backfire as God would punish him in turn. The letter hey at the beginning of the word hatachat must not be understood as introducing a question, but as part of Joseph's conception of fear of the Lord. If one fears the Lord, it is because one knows that he returns tit for tat. We have other examples where such letters hey, which at first glance appear not to introduce a question, do in fact do so. Compare blah blah. The translation of these words is clearly not did I appear in the house of your father. Rather, these words need to be translated as I revealed myself to your father's house. Joseph repeated the words do not be afraid in both verses 19 and 21. The verse fear, he spoke. Interesting, and notice he's saying do not fear almost like the angels do.
Yeah, no, I do see. Good catch.
Let's see. For my instead of God, the hey, interest is the Holy One, blessed be, designed for God. Well, it's true that I'm a judge. So he's saying that a judge, because Elohim can also be a judge, I guess, a surrogate of his, charged with the task of carrying out his decrees, and I could punish anyone who was empowered by him to carry out his decrees. This is analogous to the principle that one must not annul the rulings of a previous court on the same subject. Establishing precedent, is that what it is? It is true that you had been charged by God to carry out his decrees, but you did not send me here deliberately, but God. In lieu of God, some commentators understand Joseph as remonstrating with his brothers who had prostrated themselves before him as if he were God, something most inappropriate, especially when they said, "Here we are, ready to be your slaves." He didn't seem to have any issue with it before.
Well, maybe that's because that was just fulfilling the dream, and now the dream's been fulfilled, and they need to stop bowing. All they had to do was do it once.
Right. And you and your and that and you and your thoughts and your thought and but you had you had devised upon me evil while you had devised evil upon me, Elohim, or bad for me, bad upon me, Elohim thought for the good, or decided for the good, and Lama'an on account that Asake Yom Hazah, I can do like so I could do so I could make like this day, make a day like this, or make like this the day, make the day like, make this day like, let's see, so as to bring it up, let's see, so as to make for this day to be the survival of a great people, or a great many of people. Do you have any thoughts before we continue?
Nope, go away.
ואתה אל תיראו אנוכי אכלה ואתה אל תירא אנוכי אכלכל אתכם ואת אפכם וינחם אותם וידבר על ליבם וישב יוסף במצרים הוא בית אביו ויחי יוסף 110 שנים וירא יוסף לאפרים בני שילשים גם בני מכיר בן מנשה יולדו על ברכי יוסף ויאמר יוסף אל אחיך חייב אנוכי מת ואלוהים פקוד יפקוד אתכם והעלה אתכם מן הארץ הזאת אל הארץ אשר נשבע לאברהם וליצחק וליעקב וישבע יוסף את בני ישראל לאמור פקוד יפקוד אלוהים אתכם והעליתם את עצמותי מזה וימת יוסף בן 120 שנה וימת יוסף בן 110 שנים ויחנתו אותו ויישם Vaisem Baron, Vaisem Baron b'Mitzrayim. And that is Genesis.
One down, a bunch more to go.
Imagine having to do the rest of the Bible, but not using your thumb. I am officially wait. Which primates is it that don't have opposable thumbs?
I think all primates do, don't they?
Oh, well.
I know gorillas more or less do.
Do
Chimps
sloths have opposable thumbs?
I don't know.
As you can tell, I am not a biological anthropology student.
Just anthropology, not the biology part.
Mainly cultural. So, let's see. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot. I actually have to translate that. Let's see. So, and now do not fear. I will be I will Anochi achal kel. I will hold, I will endure, I will maintain, maintain. I will nourish, I will sustain you, I will sustain all, I will sustain you all. I will sustain you and now do not fear. I will sustain you and your children, and he comforted them and said this to their hearts. So he spoke to their hearts. Vayeshev Yosef, and Joseph dwelled in Mitzrayim in Egypt, and he and his house and his father dwelled in the house of his father. And Joseph lived 110 years. Dang, he doesn't make it to 120. All the good Joseph does, he doesn't even get 120 stinking years. and Joseph saw for Ephraim the son, and Joseph saw the third generation, Shilshim, the third generation of the third generation for Ephraim, and also the sons of Machir, the son of Manasseh, were born upon, he bore upon his thighs. Were born upon Joseph's knees. That's strange. Were likewise born upon Joseph's knees. Does that imply that he was delivering them?
No, I'm hearing echoes of like the blessing that got delivered when Joseph's sons were on Jacob's knees.
No,
but
but
hearing echoes of that whole putting your hand underneath the thigh in order to receive the blessing.
No, but like this idea, Yaldu, this idea, it literally means to bring forth. This idea of like you birthing someone. This isn't bearing someone as weight on your knee. This is literally birthing someone.
I mean, it's clearly they're saying that he lived in order to see them born. I don't know how much it's trying to say beyond that.
No, but Joseph deliver his grandkids. I mean, because no, it's literally saying that he that the sons of Manasseh were also born upon his like this isn't his thighs. This is his knees. This is upon his knees.
I'd say look for an interpretation, but my biggest one to argue against the idea that he gave birth to him is that's women's
not that he.
tradition.
No, I think you're. No, I'm saying that this is saying that he, because this y'all do to you'll so that's gonna be to be born. They were to be born upon his like, or not his thighs. They were to be born upon his knees. Like they were to be born to him upon his knees. Like it seems to be that because okay, no, this is what it is. Remember this. I figured it out. So it's because, do you remember the thing where it said that Manasseh and Ephraim will be counted as the sons of Jacob, but the sons of Manasseh and Ephraim and their descendants will be counted as the descendants of Joseph?
Okay.
So
I'm not sure the significance.
So basically, it seems like part of it is maintaining like the number of tribes or whatever, but like what it's saying to me is that they were born to him. Yeldu. They were to be born. The children of Mach. I'm going to read the commentary on this because this is really stumping me. Also, sons of Machir, son of Manasseh. The word Gam is also meant to include Ephraim and his children in what is included in this verse. How are we to understand this in practice? Joseph only saw Ephraim's grandchildren, whereas he did live to see Manasseh's great grandchildren. We know this from. Okay, let's see. We're born. Yulidu means they grew up. Okay, interesting. Let's see. Is there anything else? All right. I think I'm correct here. So the word Gam in this word, Gam b'nei Machir ben Manasseh, indicate that Manasseh also lived in Joseph's home. However, seeing that Joseph loved Manasseh better than Ephraim, the Torah mentions the fact that Manasseh's grandchildren were born on Joseph's knees rather than those of Ephraim. That's what I'm talking about. They were literally born on his knees.
Okay, I'm not sure what the significance is, though.
I mean, not like I've ever seen it in person, but like, I mean, you know, the whole idea of someone being like a midwife essentially being like they're sitting on their knees as they help the woman give birth.
Yeah, and that was where I sat there and said is I have trouble believing that Joseph participated in the birth, considering, you know, the traditions and how things were run at the times. That seems very strange to me.
That's what I'm saying. It does seem strange. That's why it's sticking out. If Joseph was a woman, I wouldn't have said anything.
That's why I was wondering if there was anything in commentaries on that. Because
let's see. Okay, so this
my
says,
rule is usually if I find it strange, you know, there's usually some commentary that tries to explain why it's not really strange.
No. That Manasseh also lived. Okay, so let's see. Grandchildren were born on Joseph's knees rather than those of Ephraim. The Machir named here was actually Gilead, son of Machir, son of Manasseh. He was the grandfather of Zelophehad, or Zelophehad. The Torah wanted to show that Joseph raised righteous people in his own home, people who in turn produced daughters of outstanding caliber, such as the daughters of Zelophehad. Let's see, grandchildren. In spite of this, Ephraim was more fruitful and multiplied more than Manasseh, as Yaakov had said. His younger brother will become greater than he. They were born on Joseph's knees, meaning is that the Targum gives it, he brought them up upon his knees. Well, that doesn't really explain it. That just is what it literally says. Interesting. So it just kind of leaves us there. So and Joseph said to his brothers, I'm dying. And Elohim is Elohim's let's see. Elohim will take charge and command you. Yeah, he will muster attention, or he will appoint you. Let's see. Will take notice of you. Will surely take notice of you, and will bring you up from bring you, all of you up from this land to the land that we have been promised, or that he promised us. Wait, Nishva. Oh no, wait. That he, let's see, that he swore an oath to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, and so Joseph caused the children of Israel to swear, as to say, when God surely when God surely takes notice of you. So as to say, when God certainly notices you, and brings you up, that you will bring up my bones from here. And Joseph died, the son, or like a man, a son of 110 years, and he was embalmed there, and he was placed into an aron, an ark in Egypt. So that's kind of sus. So apparently, Aron
You're saying Joseph was in the Ark of the Covenant?
I don't think that's what they're saying, but at the same time, I don't think we can rule it out. Let's see.
Or Joseph is the Ark of the Covenant?
Let's see.
Again, I could sit there and say that as, he was the vessel through which the heritage of the three fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Again, I like three fathers better than four fathers. Numerically more accurate.
Let's see if I can find. Where is it? There's a perfect one for this. Wait, what was it we were just talking about again? Oh, it was
Joseph being the Ark of the Covenant, or being in the Ark of the Covenant sort of concept. Again, it's not traditional interpretation.
Let's see. I'm almost certain I remember this right. I just need to think of what the keywords would be. Let's see. Okay, here. Give me a moment. I actually need to get something to eat real quick. But it's really funny because, so on one hand you have, I forget, it's some Islamic fundamentalists who end up really taking an issue with how the Prophet Yusuf alayhi wasalam is depicted, which, I mean, keep in mind, it's being depicted by a Jew, so it's not like this is just, I mean, to be fair, he was our prophet before he was a prophet for Islam. And, like, I know they believe that Islam was around before, before any other religion, but, like, regardless, organized Islam wasn't. So, I mean, in any case, it just seems kind of like, I mean, I get one thing if you have someone going around to Muslims and trying to be like, don't you know, like if you're trying to shove, like comedy about Joseph being effeminate, trying to shove that into someone's face, obviously that's an issue. I mean, like, I know for one, my rabbi really doesn't like the series, but, like, I understand why. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that it's bad.
Well, definitely. And I was going to say, a part of me, I don't understand that fighting over whether he's the Jewish prophet or the Islamic prophet. It's like, can't you just share the prophet?
Well, no, what I'm trying to say is, like, it's one thing if you have, say, like, Muhammad's only a prophet in Islam. Now, if someone who's not Muslim starts accepting Muhammad as a prophet, that's great and all, but that doesn't give them the right to start depicting Muhammad how they want. I mean, like, technically they have that right, but, like, just because they accept him as their prophet doesn't somehow mean that they have this authority because he's their prophet. Because, like, in the same way that I think that it's kind of silly that there's, I don't know, it's like, I guess the way I'm looking at it is I always had an issue with people claiming that Abraham was Jewish or that Adam was Jewish. I mean, to be fair, I don't think people really claim that Adam was Jewish, but there's definitely people claim that Abraham. I mean, plenty of people say Abraham was the first Jew, and I mean, he just wasn't because, I mean, like, you can say Judaism starts with Abraham, regardless of, how fundamentally real Abraham was. But the point being, though, is that, like it or not, like, the tradition does start with Abraham. And so in that sense, yes, but in the sense that Abraham was a Jew, Abraham wasn't a Jew. It's just, like, logically, the first Jew did not predate Judah. Like, it's kind of like saying, can the Philistines, are the people who lived in the Philistine lands before it was called Philistine, like, were they Philistines? No, not really, but, like, kind of. But it's, it gets into semantics.
Well, that, again, you're now at the problem of trying to apply the shift between the realm of words to the realm of, reality. And the two isn't always, it can be a bumpy ride at times.
Wait, you're telling me that that when I speak, it's not literally reality coming to be?
Well,
there's some people who would seriously disagree. I'm joking. I don't think that I'm, like.
Well, I was going to sit there and say they have a point to that one, because when you're speaking it, you are bringing it into reality in an essence, but you're not, like, creating the object itself.
Oh.
ויקח משה את עצמות יוסף עמו, כי ישבע השביע את בני ישראל.
Wait, is this?
ויקח משה את עצמות יוסף עמו, כי ישבע השביע את בני ישראל לאמור, פקוד יפקוד אלוהים אתכם, והעליתם את עצמותיי מזה איתכם.
אוי, משה, נו.
והעליתם את עצמותיי מזה איתכם.
אוי.
So, because Joseph had been, this is why I brought it up, because this is literally what they swore. Right? This is a literal thing that he made them swear. All right, let's see.
פקוד יפקוד אלוהים אתכם, והעליתם את עצמותיי מזה איתכם.
אוי, משה, נו. אני חייב להשתיק.
כן, משה, נו, תן לנו איזה 5 דקות, מה קרה?
אני חייב להשתיק.
כן, משה, נו, תן לנו איזה 5 דקות, מה קרה? מה בוער? בדיוק, מה, אז במקום 40 שנה תעדכן, זמן הגעה 40 שנה 5 דקות, מה ההבדל?
בסדר, קחו 5 דקות, עם של קקו.
Wait, did you say I'm Kaka?
קחו 5 דקות, עם של קקו.
יאללה, תשים אותה.
דקות, עם של קקו.
Sorry. Just trying to make sure I hear this right.
40 שנה, 5 דקות, מה ההבדל?
בסדר, בסדר, קחו 5 דקות, עם של קקו.
I don't know.
תשים אותה!
הלו, זה ירוק, זה גוד.
מי מדבר ככה? לא עושים תחרות.
תשים אותה!
בסדר, קחו 5 דקות, עם של קקו.
לא עושים תחרות.
תשים אותה!
הלו, זה ירוק, זה גוד.
מי מדבר ככה?
נו מה, אני אחכה עוד הרבה, עצובים.
תפתח!
מי זה?
נו מה, אני אחכה עוד הרבה, עצובים.
תפתח!
מי זה? ככה.
נו מה, אני אחכה עוד הרבה, עצובים.
You're gonna wait for so long. Yes. Oh, I thought you said idle.
יוסף?
thanks God, 300 שנה אני בארון.
יוסף!
מה קורה, עם ישראל? מה ניש? אתם נראים כמו טיול שבורות של העת העתיקה.
למה ככה? אז בוא נשבור את עצמות!
מה זה הרעש הזה? מה קורה
יוסף
פה?
קם לתחייה!
יוסף? היי, מה אני? יוסף!
יוסף קם לתחייה!
Wait, מתחייה?
מה זה הרעש הזה? מה קורה
יוסף קם
פה?
לתחייה!
למת...
יוסף? היי, מה אני?
Wait,
מה זה הרעש הזה? מה קורה
יוסף קם
פה?
לתחייה!
למתחייה.
יוסף? היי, מה אני? יוסף?
Is that life?
יוסף החכם והצדיק באדם. אני מצטער, נשבר לך האגן מהטלטולים. לא, זה מקודם. יוסף, אני מעריץ מספר...
Oh, wow.
That's a bad joke. No, that was before.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in the context of everything that's happened, that's really dark, but obviously they're not implying anything like that.
נשבר לך האגן מהטלטולים? לא, זה מקודם.
Oh, he said no, that was from before. That he broke his pelvis when he was alive.
יוסף, אני מעריץ מספר אחד שלך,
Exactly.
אני מכיר גם את כל החלומות שלך, איך אתה תמיד עושה, עובר חלומי, חלומי. כן, בול ככה אני עושה. טוב, מה קורה וזה, מה דיבור? לאן זוש? אנחנו עכשיו בדרכנו לארץ כנען, לארץ ישראל, ולפי בקשתך אנחנו מעלים את עצמותיך לקבור אותם בארץ ישראל בשכם. בשכם? אומייגאד, זה מה שאני ביקשתי? אובייסלי, אני הייתי ממש שיכור כנראה שביקשתי את זה. אני גר במצרים, הכי מהממת ונוצצת בתבל, מה יש לי לחפש בעיר שהדבר הכי כוסי בה זה טחינה הגמל? הוא צודק מה שאמר. בסדר, מה אתה רוצה שנעשה? ונוצצת בתבל, מה יש לי לחפש בעיר שהדבר הכי כוסי בה זה טחינה הגמל? הוא צודק מה שאמר. בסדר, מה אתה רוצה שנעשה עכשיו? מה זאת אומרת, מה? שתחזיר אותי? לחפש בעיר שהדבר הכי כוסי בה זה טחינה הגמל. הוא צודק. אני גר במצרים, הכי מהממת ונוצצת בתבל, מה יש לי לחפש בעיר שהדבר הכי כוסי בה זה...
Wait, is it sped up? Oh, that's why.
טחינה הגמל. הוא צודק במצרים, הכי מהממת ונוצצת בתבל, מה יש לי לחפש בעיר שהדבר הכי כוסי בה זה טחינה הגמל? הוא צודק מה שאמר. בסדר, מה אתה רוצה שנעשה עכשיו? מה זאת אומרת? הדבר הכי כוסי בה זה טחינה הגמל. הוא צודק מה שאמר.
Take me back to the pyramids.
מה יש לי לחפש בעיר...
Sorry, I'm just trying to hear what...
כנראה שביקשתי את זה. אני גר במצרים, הכי מהממת ונוצצת בתבל, מה יש לי לחפש בעיר שהדבר הכי כוסי בה זה טחינה הגמל? הוא צודק מה שאמר. בסדר, מה אתה רוצה שנעשה? לחפש בעיר שהדבר הכי כוסי בה זה טחינה...
מה של let's see, is it... So kus yeah, I thought that's right. So kus is vulgar for like basically I think he's saying like the most pleasurable thing. It translates as beautiful, but it's like context is the tchina of the camel. So I just want to make sure I heard that right.
טחינה הגמל. הוא צודק מה שאמר. בסדר, מה אתה רוצה שנעשה עכשיו? מה זאת אומרת? מה? שתחזיר אותי הביתה, לפירמיד. מה? לא, יוסף, אני מצטער, זה בלתי אפשרי, עם כל הכבוד אליך, ויש הרבה מאוד כבוד. אנחנו בדרכנו לכנען, כמו שאלוהים ביקש. קדימה, אחריי לכנען, בואו. רגע, וואו, מעבר אותה פליז. כל מי שרוצה לחזור איתי למצרים, לשכשך כפותיים בנילוס ולשתות וויסקי סאואר, שיבוא אחרון! וויסקי סאואר, שיבוא אחרון! וויסקי! שיבוא אחרון!
Acharuz. Charaz. Acharuz. Charaz. I'm trying to figure out. Charaz is Jerez. Charuz. To rhyme. What's he saying?
שך כפותיים בנילוס ולשתות וויסקי סאואר שיבוא אחרון. לא, זה אחרון.
What? Come after.
שך כפותיים בנילוס ולשתות וויסקי סאואר שיבוא אחרון.
Oh, okay, that's what it is. So I need to look up Acharuz, which means, let's see, English. Sorry, let's see, Lacharuz is, Acharuz. Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, let's finish this one.
לא, זה לא מה שאתם רוצים, אנחנו דיברנו על זה, אתם רוצים להגיע לכנען, להיות בארץ משלכם, עם תורה משלכם, עם אלוהים משלכם. במלחמות משלכם. מה?
אלוהים הבטיח
משלכם.
Oh wow, this really hit.
במלחמות משלכם. משלכם, עם תורה משלכם.
You want to arrive to Canaan to be with a land that's yours, a Torah that's yours, and a God that's yours.
עם אלוהים משלכם. במלחמות משלכם.
And wars that's yours.
מה?
אלוהים הבטיח לנו את הארץ, הוא לא הבטיח לנו מלחמות.
כן, הארץ באמת תהיה שלנו, אבל קודם צריך לכבוש אותה. כן, ושתגיעו כבר לארץ הזאת, מתחכה לכם ממש ארץ בובה. מרועטת קומפלט. מחלות מקיר לקיר עם 4 כיווני אויבים. חלאס, די מהאילוז'. בואו אחריי חזרה לציוויליזציה, או שתלכו אחריו 10,000 שנה אחורה ותמותו מקשקשים בשיער. תקשיבו. בכנען אתם תהיו אדונים. במצרים אתם תהיו חתיכים. בכנען, שתלכו אחריו 10,000 שנה אחורה ותמותו מקשקשים בשיער. תקשיבו.
Oh, this is so perfect. Come with me to the civilized world or go with him to some 10,000 years in backwardsness, then you will die from dandruff.
Yeah, Joseph makes a certain amount of sense here.
לציוויליזציה, או שתלכו אחריו 10,000 שנה אחורה ותמותו מקשקשים בשיער. תקשיבו. תלכו אחריו 10,000 שנה אחורה ותמותו מקשקשים בשיער. תקשיבו. לציוויליזציה, או שתלכו אחריו 10,000 שנה אחורה ותמותו מקשקשים בשיער. תקשיבו.
Oh, that's so strange. So kesavim, like hair sheep. That's the word for lice? No, dandruff? Oh, because it's like wool. Because it's white.
בכנען אתם תהיו אדונים. במצרים אתם תהיו חתיכים. בכנען אתם לא תצטרכו להיות עבדים של המצרים. במצרים לא תהיו זונה של עמלקים. בכנען מחכה לכם גאולה. במצרים מחכה לכם חשיש. חשיש. אין בעיה בכלל, תלכו איתו, אני מקווה שיהיה לכם מאוד כיף לדוג את הילדים שלכם מהנילוס. שמענו אותך. הפירמיז. אתה שומע, בגדי קטיש. דרך אגב, אם אתם רוצים שיהיה לכם ממש פאן, תבקשו ממנו שיספר את אחד.
If you want to have much fun, ask him to tell you about some of his dreams and visions.
Oh, this is always gets Joseph in trouble.
חלום! די, איזה חמודים. ובחלומי, אני פרפר כחול קנה. חטוב עם הרבה מסת שריר, ואתם מסביבי, רגע, כמה אתם? 200,000 איש! 200,000 זבובוני פירות מגעילים. דוח, להקיא, זה גועל. רגע, למה ככה? ואתם עומדים ככה בעל גוש קקי, נוברים בו עם העיניים הירוקות שלכם. כן, ואתם משתחווים לי, זה אני אפילו לא צריך
Wait, is that what he's trying to say?
יוסי, תפוס את זה!
It's almost like he's trying to talk about Mount Sinai.
watch it! זהו, אפשר להמשיך, בואו אחריי. עם של קקות.
איפה הארנק שלי?
עוד פעם?
לא, עליי.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. So let's see.
Yeah, that's whatever you want to, whenever the people like Joseph, if you want to turn them against
Shalom
him,
and
just ask
Shana
him to
Tova
talk about a
from
dream.
the Schusterman Center for Israel Studies at Brandeis University. My name is Jonathan Sarna. I'm the director of the Schusterman Center, and it's really a thrill to welcome you to a new season of Schusterman Center programs. All of our programs this year will be broadcast over Zoom, and I invite you to consult our website for details about other programming. We hope to see you often. It is a pleasure now to turn the program over to my colleague, Dr. Shana Weiss, who will introduce today's very exciting program, HaYehudim Ba'im. The Jews are coming to Brandeis.
Thank you, Jonathan. I am thrilled. I just want to echo that you are all here to join us. And I just want to briefly introduce the show and the creators who are with us today. So Yehudim Ba'im, The Jews Are Coming, just finished its 4th season. It's almost impossible to describe, but it's a sketch comedy show that covers everything in Jewish history, from Moses to Barbie to former prime ministers of Israel and everything in between. And joining us today is Asaf Beiser. Asaf is from Tel Aviv. He's been a writer and a showrunner in Israel's highest rated comedy, satires, and drama shows for over 15 years. He is co-creator of Yehudim Ba'im and head writer. He was a writer for Fauda, The Good Cop, Shoter Tov, Eretz Nehederet, the Israeli version of Saturday Night Live, and many, many other shows. Natalie Marcus is a highly acclaimed, award-winning screenwriter and director, also based in Tel Aviv. For the past 10 years, she's been a writer and showrunner in Israel's highest-rated comedy, satire, and drama series. She's creator and showrunner of Yehudim Ba'im, The Jews Are Coming, which has won many Israeli Academy Awards. And she teaches comedy writing and lectures about writing and Jewish history all over the world. She lives in Tel Aviv with her husband and her 2 kids. So first of all, thank you so much again. And
Those would be Emmy Awards since it's television.
To start, I figured we'd show a clip right away, just to get a sense of what Yehudim is all about. And in this clip, just a brief word for those of you who aren't familiar with the practice, we're going to be talking about the mezuzah, right? Kissing the words of Torah that Jewish people put on their doorposts. And what you need to know for this is that while the commandment is to put the words on your doorpost, many of you have this or may have this in your own homes, the idea of kissing it is something that comes later. So I'm going to share my screen and we will see. 1 second.
I'm not gonna allow you to show clips anymore if you're gonna spoiler the.
I know, I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure everyone. That's okay.
בסדר גמור, מה הסיפור איתה? לא נשקתם מזוזה. לא משנה שמזוזה. מה עשית לו? סליחה, אני לא קיבלתי לצאת לך, פה דרך כלל. מה עשית לו בסדר? ממתי אנחנו משקים מזוזה? משבוע שעבר. איפה זה כתוב? זה לא כתוב. זה נורא קשה. מה זה נורא? עכשיו, התחלנו להמציא גם דברים, חסר לנו מספיק דברים. זאת פסיקה של הרייבה. תראה מה עשית לו עכשיו. סליחה, לא הייתי את זה, לא הייתי שבוע שעבר, לא יודעת מה עכשיו. חבר'ה, טיק-טק, תסבירו לי מה צריך לעשות. אני יודע את זה, נו. אתה לא משקתם מזוזה. בסדר, לא ידעתי. איך זה? ככה? אוי! לא ככה! עם היד! קצת מוזר, אבל אני דורם איתכם. רק עם היד! רק עם היד! זה הסיפור הגדול. אז ככה, אז אני ככה, בזמן אני צריכים לדבר. זהו, גמרנו, אפשר להמשיך, אפשר להמשיך. עוד פעם אלה. מה זה, מי נפלה כיפה? לי! תנשק אותה. גם אתה נצטרך לצאת? זה גם בשבוע שעבר אתה נשק לנו! זה לא בסדר. הנה, בסדר. רגע, מאיפה אתה היית כל השבוע שעבר? עוד פעם תזכיר שבוע שעבר. אני כל שנה מגיע, פעם אחת לא מגיע, אתה שמים את הסיפור, יצא לי איזה פיצון כזה ליד הפעמים, כזה מראה מוגלם, מגיע כזה. הלכתי לרופא, אמר שזה הרפל.
So why don't we just take us through the writing of this sketch, right? How did you think of the idea? Why did you do it? What did it symbolize, right? How does a sketch like this get made?
Well, first of all, I think that if we've done it today, would have the writer that he went to the doctor and said that he got corona, COVID-19. It would be more the herpes is not extreme enough today. But the show, we look at the show. The show is it's a commentary. It's a commentary of the Bible, and we're modern commentators. Our view is a liberal, modern, secular look at the text, the Jewish religion, the Jewish history. And one of our thoughts were in this specific sketch is about, we have the Tariag mitzvot. We have 16 and 13 mitzvot that the Jewish people have to do, and then we decide to this specific sketch is about, we have the Tariag mitzvot. We have 16 and 13 mitzvot that the Jewish people have to do, and then we decide to do some things that are custom. And now we have to kiss the mezuzah, and now we have to kiss the Bible, the book that falls on the floor. And we were like, why do we need all these rules and invent more all the time? We actually we were looking to find the origin of this custom, and we found out it's not something that it's a mitzvah. It's just something that was invented somewhere in the Middle Ages, and it became like a custom. And we couldn't even find the actual explanation how did it came about, but we found out it was kind of a custom that spread around. And from that thought about how much the Jewish people love their rules, we decided to do this sketch.
Yeah, I think that before the show, before it's a commentary, I think it's a comedy. That's the first thing that it is. And I think that the minute we discovered that there's no written law for kissing the mezuzah, it was simply funny. It's just a funny idea that, in fact, we're doing something that we don't have to do. We make up the rules as we go. And we found it very funny. That's why we decided to write it, I think, in the first place. Because we asked ourselves, okay, why? How did it change? Because first of all, we laughed about it, and then we started asking the question. I think that's the process in many of our sketches.
Great. So tell us a bit more about the process, right? Like, do you look to Jewish texts? Do you open a copy of Tanakh, right? Or a copy of Midrash, right? How does the writer's room look, and how might it be different than writing for a show like Eretz Nehederet, right? Or Fauda?
Since we're writing the fourth season of Fauda right now, I can tell you.
Right, yeah.
No spoilers. I can tell you it's very different. It's a writer's room. We have around 8 writers, including Naphtali and me, and we meet every morning, and we started either with the Bible itself or with Wikipedia or books, a lot of books. We simply start reading things. We start looking up for stories, and once we find the story, as I said, we ask ourselves the first question: what's funny about it? What's funny about it? And in most of the biblical stories and historical stories, there's always a funny angle. There's always one. Then we ask ourselves, okay, what can we say about it? What can we say which no one has said before? Maybe someone said it.
That would be so cool to have a job doing that.
But not in a funny way. We're looking for something that we can add. As Naphtali said,
I feel like we would both enjoy that.
And when we start,
you have a lot of ideas, I know.
Writers, almost every time one of our genius writers will have a great idea.
I'm pretty creative
another writer will have
humor.
another idea, and we'll fight about which one we're going to write. And then eventually 2 of the writers will go and write it and fight alone in the room and come up with a sketch.
Yeah. Do you use any consultants? Has anyone helped you with the show?
Well, as we went along with the shows at the beginning, at the beginning we didn't have any consultants. As the more we got into the seasons, we decided we needed more because we got deeper and deeper into the stories that are less known, and we needed all the time, to open our minds to things that are not very mainstream and not very, taught at schools, because we needed to go to other original places. So we used many consultants, and we actually had a friend of yours. We had Mark Butler. He came to us. We actually met him. We were lecturing in a HUC seminar in LA, and we met him there. And he said he's coming to Israel for sabbatical, and he really loved the show. And we said, well, come on, you should come and give us, come drink coffee with us and tell us a little bit about what you know. I always say that until I met him, I never knew how to say Deuteronomy, because he said it so much that I finally managed to master the word Deuteronomy. And we had a really nice meeting with him. He has credit in our show this season as a consultant. And we used many people from different angles, people that are more into the Israeli politics, people that are expert in the Bible, and we use most of them. But the thing about doing the show is you have to remember that if you go too deep into midrashim and complex commentary, you get mixed up, because comedy has to be simple. You have to find a very simple angle, a very specific thing you want to say, and not go into the very complex layers that you can find in the Bible. And we found them as we went through the season. So we have to keep it simple, but we always look deep and beneath, and then we say, okay, let's just simplify it and see if we can make a very simple, very sharp message that we can convey in a sketch.
Right. So for those of you who don't know, Mark Brettler was a professor here for, I think, 25 years and also did his PhD. So he is well known and beloved to Grand Legion. So
that's the side career. His main career is a consultant to the
exactly. His day job is working with you guys, but on the side he does on the Bible. So let's talk a bit more about the Bible, and let's start with maybe one of the most famous people in the Bible, or at least for some of the Jewish readers, is Abraham, right? The father of monotheism, the creator of monotheism. So I'm going to start with this skit you wrote about Abraham, and then we'll talk about it and talk about how we see the Bible and how monotheism, the creator of people in the Bible, or at least for some of the Jewish readers, is Abraham, right? Maybe one of the most famous people in the Bible, or at least for some of the Jewish readers, is Abraham, right? He does on the Bible. So let's talk a bit more about the Bible, and let's start with maybe one of the most famous people in the Bible, or at least for some of the Jewish readers, is Abraham, right? The father of monotheism, the creator of monotheism. So I'm going to start with this skit you wrote about Abraham, and then we'll talk about it and talk about how we see the Bible and how we think about this.
But let us maybe we'll just before that. Okay, we'll just say a very short introduction to the sketch.
Yeah.
The sketch is actually the character of Abraham is actually the first character that we wrote for the pilot. We did the pilot. We decided the whole idea for the show came that we knew there was a sketch show that one of the channels in Israel wanted, and we sat and we thought, and we really love history and the Bible, and we are big fans of Left Brian and Monty Python and more of that area. And we decided to do the show, and we sat and said, okay, the first character we need to think about who will it be, and of course we thought of the father of the Jewish people. We thought about how the show is kind of taking the Jewish people and putting them, on a psychiatrist sofa, kind of analyzing the Jewish DNA. And we said, okay, so when you go to the psychologist, whose fault is all of your problems? Well, it's your parents. So with that thought, we went to Abraham, the father of the Jewish people, and we decided from that angle to, like Asaf explained, we're looking for the funny angle, but we decided to look at the angle not only because it was funny, because we said he's the father of the Jewish people. Let's look what kind of father he was. And from that angle, we had a series of a few sketches. We have some characters in our show that recur because they have a lot of stories in the Bible. Some are just have one story, one sketch. And Abraham got a few sketches in our first season, which are all about his what kind of father is he. And I know some of you won't be maybe a surprise, but we found out he's probably one of the worst fathers in history. I mean, he tried to kill one. He left his maid one, the other one leave their house and never come back. He chopped both of their, and he left them in a dispute on the land that lasts till this very day. So
real estate dispute, yeah.
Yeah, so a very, very big real estate dispute. So with that angle, we went to the sketch. So let's watch.
Okay, great. Let me pull it up.
מוכן?
1 second.
מוכן? כן, נו. אבל שלא ייפול התופח. שמעאל, אני לא אוהב את המשחק הזה. אל תדאג, יא איציק, זה לא בת קרה. לא, אל תדאג, אני בטוח שהם יסכימו. יצחק, ישמעאל!
That's funny, so that's the reason why. Oh my god.
אתה בטוח שזה מה שהוא אמר, יא אבא? אבל אי אפשר לעשות אולי...
Oh my god! Dude. Holy crap. I haven't even seen the good ones yet.
אתה בטוח שזה מה שהוא אמר, יא אבא? אבל אי אפשר לעשות אולי איזה כיף מיוחד, איזה משהו כזה... לא, אתם צריכים להיות שמחים. זה יהיה סימן העיקר של עמנו, אין סימנים אחרים. אולי זה עגל באוזן? כן, עגל באוזן זה מעולה, אבל בצד שמאל, בצד ימין זה משהו אחר. כן, אני אגיד להם, הוא מבטיח לי שאם נעשה את זה, הוא ירבה את זרענו. אתה באמת לא רואה את הסתירה בהבטחה הזאת? מה אתם רוצים? לא רואים כמה נפו של אלוהים?
You really don't see the contradiction. You will give our offspring... You will help our offspring fill the land. You really don't see the contradiction in that promise. Oh my god, did they give the Ishmael a kafira?
זהו, תספור 3, 1, 2. מה? הוא אמר שהוא התכוון לזית, שנחתוך כמה זיתים, קצת לימון, נכון, גם אני שמעתי זית, פעם אמר זית. זית, שים אותו, ספור 3, 1. אבא, מה לעשות עם הכיפה? לא יודע. שים אותה לראש.
Put the money up! Oh my god!
Okay. So thinking about this sketch, right? The Akedah, right? The sacrifice of Isaac and really Abraham, even though you don't talk about it so much in this sketch, is such a central figure in Israeli culture and Israeli theology. So, thinking about this sketch, do you think this sort of relates to that tradition, challenges it, right? How do you think about sort of Abraham and Isaac and Ishmael and their political significance in Israel?
We didn't think about the political significance. I think when we wrote it, as Naphtali said, it was the first sketches we wrote. We had no idea it would ever be aired or shot even. We did think about what we have to say about this. Think about our personal, it's those stories, both the Brit and the sacrifice of Isaac. They had so many literature references, and they had so many commentaries during the history, and we had to say, okay, what's our take on this thing? What's our what can we add to this story? What's the new layer that we can add? And what we actually thought about was changing the point of view of the story. That I think was our solution. Simply changing the point of view, not showing it from the knowing all teller, the biblical storyteller, but telling it from the kid's point of view. That's what we changed. As Naphtali said, we decided to check his abilities as a father. It's not the father of the Jewish nation, it's Abraham the dad. So once you check it from this angle, you have to take a different point of view, and that's the kid's angle. And that's what we did in the sketches, showing how it was like to grow up when your father is Abraham. And I think that's mixing the personal and the national. I think that's part of the thing we're doing in the Jews Are Coming a lot, and also taking the bigger than life characters and bringing them back to life. And bringing them back to life means taking their full size and downsizing them once again to the sizes of human beings with faults and with flaws and everything. And that's part of the political thing in Yehudim Bayim, the Jews Are Coming. That's part of the problem people have with the Jews Are Coming, because when you're showing that the biblical heroes are not perfect, some people have a hard time to accept that.
The funny thing is that the Bible shows the flaws of these characters. All the things that we use in the sketches, we are usually we base them on the story, on what we take from the pshat, from the simple words of the Bible. And the Bible shows a lot of the characters as human and flawed and making bad decisions and chataim and doing sins. But in some points, the way of looking at them became sacred for at least in Israel for the Jewish establishment. So there became like gods, which is it's not the way we think. Even the Bible.
That's what I was about to say.
We look at their humanity and we see the stories as coming to teach us something.
Like if we're going to treat them like gods, why not just worship the gods?
A good story is having a hero that you can sympathize and empathize with.
As long as you have Elohim, as long as you have Hashem as the highest.
Thinking about coming to teach us something, I wanted to think about our next sketch, right? In the next sketch, and that is, I don't know if Altanos, right? Do not rape. And I don't know. Do you want to introduce it first, or do you want to show it first? What do you think?
We're just going to say that Moses is another character we really, really love, right, Isaac? And we'll show it.
Maybe our favorite. I would have to say my favorite character in the Bible, not in the show. In the Bible, maybe my favorite character. Apparently, there was this book before the show. I don't know.
Why is your favorite?
Is our favorite? Oh, that's a great question. Is our favorite because we pity him, I think, the most. We see Moses as a kind of a middle management. That was Moses. Moses is from one hand he has God above him, which is like the management. From the other hand, he has the Israelites, his coordinates, his workers, and he's always stuck between them. And those don't like him, and God has so many complaints about him, and he's really, really stuck somewhere in the middle, and really feel sorry for him. It's like he's guiding a tour of Israelis for 40 years. That's maybe the hardest job.
I'm thinking the Exodus is the office on the move.
Stuck between them, and those don't like him, and God has so many complaints about him, and he's really, really stuck somewhere in the middle, and really feel sorry for him. It's like he's guiding a tour of Israelis for 40 years. That's maybe the hardest job you can imagine. A group of Israelis in an organized tour in the Sinai Desert, but not for one day, not for 1 week, not for 2 weeks, for 40 years being a guide. I think that's the hardest job in the Bible, and I think we pity him, and I think that's why we love him so much.
He's a tragic hero. There's nothing we love more than a tragic hero. Flawed and very stuck in a very bad situation. And so let's see the sketch and we can talk more about it.
Okay. Here it is. 1 second.
והדיבר האחרון, לא תחמוד אשת בעירה. יש? בסדר? אפשר ללכת לאכול צהריים? מה יש לאכול היום? או שיהיה בתיבה. יום אחד, הבדיחה הזאת? יאללה, בוא נאכל משהו. רגע, פליצה, בריון, אני ביקשתי ממך לא לקרוא לי ככה ליד העם, נכון? בסדר, תגיד, לא נראה לך משהו מוזר בדיבות האלה? מה זה, שזה נראה כמו תחת? לא זה, אתה יודע, לא תרצח, לא תגנוב. מה אם לא תאנוס? לא היה? היה משהו דומה, לא, זה לא תאנוס את אביך ואת אמך, לא תאנוס בלי בחלב אמו, לא היה. לא. שום דבר לא רץ. בסדר, זה בעיה, קחי את הדיברות, תוסיף לי מה שתרצה, יש לך כתב יפה. פליצה, תאסוף את כולם בחזרה ותגיד להם שאלוהים אמר. נו באמת, מירי, דבר. היה משהו דומה, לא, זה לא תאנוס את אביך ואת אמך, לא תאנוס בלי בחלב אמו, לא היה. לא. שום דבר לא רץ. בסדר, זה בעיה, קחי את הדיברות, תוסיף לי מה שתרצה, יש לך כתב יפה. פליצה, תאסוף את כולם בחזרה ותגיד להם שאלוהים אמר. באמת, מירי, דבר.
I was just reading the captions, but when you hear it in English, it sounds really bad.
And he's always stuck between them, and those.
שום דבר לא נס. בסדר, זה בעיה, קחי את הדיברות, תוסיף לי מה שאת רוצה, יש לך כתב יפה. פליטה, תאסוף את כולם בחזרה, ותגיד להם שאלוהים אמר. נו באמת, מירי, באמת, זה לא יכול לחכות. נו, זה לא יכול לחכות. באמת, זה לא יכול לחכות. כולם לחזור בבקשה, יש לי עוד משהו קטן להגיד לכם, בואו, רוצים לאכול.
Maybe that's why she got the disease, and then they just blamed it on her saying something about Moses' wife.
מה אם היא לבושה עם מחשוף? זה נחשב אונס? אונס. ואם היא לא בהכרה, ברור שזה אונס, ברור שזה אונס, אפשר להמשיך. אם היא מתה, גם אם היא מתה, זה עדיין אונס. אז פשוט לא לאנוס, בסדר? ומה אם היא אומרת לא, ואני לא מבין למה היא מתכוונת? לא, אני לא מבין למה אתה מתכוון. לא, זה אנשי קרקות, מה אני אומר לך כל הזמן? רגע. ומה אם זאת מישהי שכבר יצאנו בעבר כמה וכמה פעמים, כן? וכבר שכבנו בעבר, ועכשיו אנחנו רק ידידים, והיא באה אליי הביתה בקטע של ידידים, והשתנו קצת, ונרדמנו באותה מיטה, והיא עשתה לי סימן כזה שיש מצב, ואז אנסתי אותה. לא ניסינו לי, מה יש לכם? מה קרה? אסור ליהנות. לא שאלו אתכם אם אתם רוצים, אמרו לכם אסור ליהנות. לא אם הסטטיסטים, לא אם יצאתם פעם, לא אם ראית אותה ערובה. אסור ליהנות, פרבו! תודה רבה. אלא אם אתה קצין. מה לא? עכשיו גם לא קצין? די, נו, מה זה? שינו את כל החוקים ולא אמרו לנו. הרגע קיבלת את החוקים, הרגע. לא, תקשיבו, אין לי בעיה, אתם רוצים לשנות את החוקים, תעלו אתם לארץ, זיבי הזה. עוד לא הייתי חוזר עם לוחות בצורה של תחת. תראה איזה רעיון בא לי. צריך להמציא איזה מילת קוד שאז נשמע, נדע אם זה אונס או לא אונס. נכון, רעיון מצוין. אני אומר, אם הגבר צועק אונס, זה אונס. זה נושא מורכב, אי אפשר לפתור אותו ביום אחד. לא, משה, זה נושא מאוד מאוד חשוב, וצריך לפתור אותו, וחשוב שכולם יבינו מה זה אונס. אני מבטיח לך שאני אטפל בזה. אתה מבטיח? דבר ראשון עכשיו אני נכנס לארץ המובטחת, מילה של פליצה. טוב, יאללה, בואי.
As soon as we entered the promised land, but he never makes it.
Okay, so tell me about what you thought about making that sketch. How do you even make jokes about sexual assault and still have them say something, right? Tell me all about this and what it says about Bible, Israelis, general rape culture, etc.
I would just start by saying that, we have our Bible sketches are all of our sketches really. We have sometimes we find a story in the Bible and we address it as the story, like the stories of Abraham. We look at this character, we think, what does it say of us as a Jewish people? But it's more philosophic than anything. And this sketch is a sketch of us using the Bible to say something about today. Of course, everything we say is saying something about today, about if it's a satire or even about our human experiences. But this story is really a way of us, something happening in the here and now, and us thinking, what can we do and what can we do with this sketch? This is not us saying, in today's liberal and more moral eyes, why wasn't there a thou shalt not rape in the Bible? That's not our complaint. What we're saying is the problem is that today it's not one of the 10 commandments and no one is putting it in stone and saying, this is one of the commandments. And the sketch was actually written at the beginning of the whole, was really the rising of the whole Me Too movement. It was not called the Me Too movement yet. We had a big story in Tel Aviv, someone that we all knew in some way was in a very, the bohemian circle, artist circle, when we found out he was harassing, he was raping and women, and it exploded. And we were sitting we were lucky enough to be in writing then. And we were sitting and we were just thinking, oh my God, how can we address this? We can't write a satire show and not have a sketch about what's happening? And we felt like this is a beginning of a big thing. It was really in the air. And then we decided to use the Bible and use the story of the 10 Commandments and say something about thou shalt not rape today. So that's how this sketch was born.
Great, thank you. And I also saw that this sketch almost got sort of a second life, right? For those of you who aren't familiar with what happened, unfortunately, a couple of months ago, right, there was a horrific case of a gang rape in Eilat, right? And I saw this posted again and again and again all over social media. So just sort of thinking about how that came up again on social media, right, after this case of the gang rape in Eilat, like, what do you think people are trying to say? Like, what is your reaction to how people are using the show on social media?
The thing we love and dislike about the Jews are coming is that the horrible things that we show there are always relevant. The history repeats itself again and again and again. So yes, many of our sketches becomes relevant every few months. One becomes relevant again. Every few months, there's another horrific story that we have a sketch that deals with it. It can be thou shalt not rape. It can be things about the prime minister or about the government. And every time another one, we don't even control it. Every time another one just pops up and becomes viral again. I think it shows that the good side of it, of course, is that it shows that we have a long shelf life.
It also shows why the Bible has such a long shelf life
as well. The downside of it, of course, is that it shows that things don't really get better. Things that were relevant 3,000 years ago are still relevant today. In a way, things that were relevant 5 years ago, I think when we wrote it, will be relevant in 15 years or 20 years.
Thank you. So I want to
Like
move
the
a bit to talk about how
Kardashians?
your show thinks
Dear
about
Lord,
Jewish
I hope
history,
not.
and in particular American Jewish history, right? Because we're a bunch of Americans here.
No, just
First of all,
someone else.
to think about, in America at least, Jewish American humor is almost such a big part of American culture that a lot of people don't know it has Jewish roots, right? Like the Borscht Belt, the neuroticism, etc. And secondly, right, how do Israelis and Israeli writers like yourself think about this kind of humor and about American Jewish history, right? How did you choose what to write about, right? We'll show one of the clips in a little bit, but before that, right, what interests you about American Jewish history when you write about it for the show?
The first thing is we didn't have a lot of interest in Jewish American history until maybe season 3 or 4. I think that's when we discovered. I'm telling the truth. That's when we discovered.
You're not the only Israelis who discovered it's interesting. So I'm glad.
But not only we discovered that it's interesting. Of course, it's interesting, but we discovered that it's in our scope. That we discovered that we have a very interesting dialogue with the American community, with the American Jewish community, and that we can use the show for this dialogue. And we can use the show for making a better dialogue between Israeli culture and American Jewish community. And then we started really thinking about it and really giving it, really noticing it and talking about it. Obviously, we're all influenced by American shows in Israel, so we have it's not the Jewish culture, but it's the general American culture, which is very strong in Israel, and we're very highly influenced by it. And Jewish humor, I think, Jewish humor has a lot of things in common. It doesn't matter if it's in Israel or in America or anywhere else in the world. Jewish humor has a specific DNA. I think it's always very witty. It's always very cynical. I think the Jewish humor is very cynical, and it doesn't matter if it's here or at your place or anywhere else. It's humor that grew up from pain. And I think that humor that grows up from pain is always cynical. So we have a lot of similarities between our humor, I think. And I don't think that the way that the Jews are coming and looking at the American Jewish community is the way that Israel is looking at it. I think it's a little different. I think we have our own view. I think we have a lot of fun in investigating and prowling and trying to find interesting stories about the Jewish community. I think we had something like maybe 7 or 8 sketches in the last season that deal with American culture and American Jews. And it's a part of the dialogue. We found it's part of the dialogue. We find that it's amazing for us to tell you guys the way we look at the American culture and having this dialogue right here, right now. And dialogue. We found it's part of the dialogue. We find that it's amazing for us to tell you guys the way we look at the American culture and having this dialogue right here, right now is a part of it, the way I see it.
I think also that we as writers we always write from our own point of view and world. And we are Israelis born in Israel. The Bible is something that we study for 10 years, even if you're a secular. So it's a very immediate. The Bible is something that we study for 10 years, even if you're a secular. So it's a very immediate area for us to go into the Bible, into Jewish history. Something we don't have a lot about in the show is Jewish Middle Age history, because it's an area that's not very common for us to learn about in school and to be exposed. So it's the same with American Jewish history. It's something we know about. We know about.
It's
of course,
interesting.
everything that's relevant.
If you're a secular,
means like a secular person.
So
it's not a natural field for us to go to the history of the Jewish people in the diaspora, because it's something that's not very much taught after a little bit Second World War. That's about where many of it ends when you study it at school. And so I guess it's also part of it. And we decided that we have, I think that from the second season or the third, we had a sketch about people in Babylon. Remember the Babylon speeding on the river of Babylon and want to come back. And we wrote it already thinking about actually like the Jewish people in the diaspora, the American Jews. So we started in the second season, I think, and addressing it, and it grew throughout the season.
I think, Natalie, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that we're the only show in Israel or maybe in the world that's its frame of reference is not the Israeli audience, it's the Jewish audience.
Yeah.
You can see it from our name, you can see it from the things we choose, and I think that makes a very large dialogue, as I said, a very large, it adds a lot of subjects to our show, and really that's our frame of reference, the Jewish people, and that's what makes it, a few things that makes it so unique, that's one of them.
Before I show our clip, is there anything else you want to add?
No, we can show them, we'll talk after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry. Let's stop share for a second. Wrong window.
בשנת 1950. בת למהגרים יהודים מפולין, שהיא כתובה חדשה ומהפכנית.
מה זה דריל גדול מאמץ? שופר? או בובלה, פשוט תפתחי את הפרזנט. אוקיי, אני פותחת. אוקיי. מה זה כתרת במגזינים של אבא? לא, זאת בבית יפהפייה, עבורך לשחק עימה. איך קוראים לך מוך? ברבי. קוראים לי ברברה. בסדר, רש"י פס קצת את השמות, נעצר ליד נכון? אני רציתי בובה שנראית כמוני. סוויטי, אני רק רציתי כמוך, אנחנו לא שיפצנו קצת. זאת את, רק בלונדינית שזופה שדופה, עם חזה מסיח דעת וחיוך מסמיר. אבל זה ממש לא נראה כמוני. סוויטי, מה שחשוב זה לא שברבי תראה כמוך, זה שאת תיראי כמו ברבי. אבל בסדר באיך שאני נראית. הוני, את ילדה מושלמת בעינינו, אבל בעין אנטישמית את טרף קל. אינני מבינה. סוויטי, את נראית יותר יהודייה מטיידל. יש תחושה שרק מלהסתכל עלייך אני צובר ריבי. את נראית כאילו ממש עכשיו חזרת מלבדול בישב. גלובוס ביד ואת קריקטורה אנטישמית. אוקיי, אז אני נראית יהודייה, מה הבעיה עם זה? אין בעיה, אין שום בעיה. את אוהבת מקלחות? בוודאי. עם 100 איש ובלי מים? תראי פחזנית אלרגנית שלי. אם עם שלנו למד משהו, זה שעדיף לא לראות כמו עם שלנו. תגידי ברבי. ומה זה פה? וואו, סורפרייז! וואו! דרים האוס משלי. לא עליית גג עלובה לכתוב ביומן ולמות. בית גדול, כמו של גויים. It's made out of plastic. את יכולה לקום ולקחת את זה וללכת ממקום למקום. במקרה של relocation או פטרול. וואו, סכנה! חיילים רעים, נאצים בפטרול. בואו נמצא את רייזר. אכתם גדול! קריין יקרה, היית במקרה יהודי מסריח? לא בבית הזה, אולי בבית ליד, פה במדינים. תודה רבה, בבית הזה לא נאנוס, למרות שאת עושה לי להתראות. Merry Christmas, officer. וואו, אז היא יכולה להיות בבנקית כמו שאני יכולה להיות? בטח שהיא יכולה להיות בבנקית. הנה, יש לי פה מחשבון ביד שלה. Here. Seriously? What? בואו פשוט לכתוב לך ג'ו על המצח. אין מחשבון, יש לו ביקיני ועיניים ריקות. הבנת? הבנתי, מאמי. אוקיי, עכשיו לכי לחברות שלך, תשחקי איתם, ותראי להם שבדיוק כמוהם, בזמן שאני מסתכלת מהחלום בצד הגב.
So every time Yael Sharoni's American accent is exquisite, but that's for another thing.
Grew up in the States for a few years with her parents.
Right. So talk a little bit about
Aaron Shearer, I think they both actresses have lived in the States for a few years.
So every time Yael Sharoni's American accent is exquisite, but that's for another thing.
Grew up in the States for a few years with
Yael Sharoni's American accent is exquisite, but that's for another thing.
Grew up in the States for a few years with her parents.
Right. So talk a little bit about
Aaron Shearer, I think they both actresses have lived in the States
so
for a few
let's
years.
talk a little bit about this, right? How did this idea come to you? What do you think it's trying to say, right? About assimilation and American Jewish history and fears of anti-Semitism, which obviously a lot of us are thinking about today.
Well, it's all started from the fact that once we discovered Ruth Handler's history and once we discovered that her family came from Europe only a few years before the war, and probably she had family in Europe during the war, we started asking ourselves, how come someone from Jewish origins, a Jewish woman, ending up designing the ultimate shiksa as a role model for little girls? I mean, it's been said so much about the feminist angle of Barbie and feminist criticism about this doll, but we never saw anyone that attacks the Jewish point. How come? What makes you make a doll that is really so far from the Jewish look, if you'd like?
It's interesting, though. I really need to get to sleep. But do you have any thoughts before we finish off?
No, I was going to say I enjoyed their stuff. Reminds me a lot of my writing, and I speaks well of my writing. I don't know if that speaks favorably of them, but no, it's good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and before I forget, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu torat emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. And then actually I think there you say something special. Let's see. Let's see. Shares tab. Prayer for finishing Bereshit. Prayer after finishing a book of the Torah. See. What is this? The custom in Ashkenazi communities is that at the conclusion of each of the 5 books of Moses, the congregation stands out and calls out, Chazak, Chazak, Benit, Chazak, be strong, and we will be strong. And then the one reading the Torah repeats the phrase in the Sephardic congregation. The custom is to say Chazak u'Baruch, be strong and be blessed, at the congregation of every Aliyah to the Torah. Interesting. But yeah, so I guess Chazak v'nid chazak, Chazak v'nid chazak. And on that note, oh yeah, it's 4:44 the stream. Well, it's going to not end on 4:44, but anyway, I will see everyone back soon. I need to catch up on some homework, but once I do that, I'm probably going to stream some other stuff for a bit. Anyway, but I'm probably going to let people know the last minute like I always do. So I'm just going to try to get on a better schedule. But on that note, take care, everyone. I will see you next time. And we are on the book of Exodus now. We have finished our Exodus from Genesis, and now we are in the limbo between the two for like one day, and then we'll continue. So take care, everyone. And anything to say, Graham?
Fun as always, and looking forward to getting crossing that sea tag.
Yeah. And if you like this and you aren't already, or you haven't, please like and subscribe. Ugh, I feel cringy saying it, but you know what? Apparently it helps metrics. So, yep.
It's the call to action.
Yeah. See y'all next time.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay?